Alliance of the Ward is a collective of scholars and scientists intent on advancing understanding through cooperation. Word reached us from the boron of Kingdom some months ago via the messenger drone network. It seems they may be making some headway with their gate technology experimentation. At first, I will admit, we dismissed the notion. So many scientists have tried and failed to interact with the gate network. But now, the dormant gate at Heretic's End is showing infrequent, but undeniable signs of activity. This may or may not be related to the boron experiments, but the timings coincide too starkly to ignore. But let us not get ahead of ourselves. We could be reuniting with our boron brethren. Equally, we could find ourselves welcoming a fleet of Xenon destroyers. This expedition was tasked with resolving the many unknowns of this situation. We need scouts willing to help us explore this unknown space.
Okay, that was weird. It played the audio twice in echo-ish fashion. Nope, that was not it doing. It was not playing it twice. I had my stream open. Evening, Retro. How are you doing today? I don't know if my stream double came through or not. You're sick? That's not good. I'm doing okay. A little hot over here. But otherwise, I'm doing okay. I'm going to move some things around a little bit on my overlays here. I don't like the position of some of it. I decided today I'm actually going to do, going to work on some of the actual Kingdom Inn quest. Probably. Give me one moment and I will adjust that. I had a different game altogether. Had the Fallout RPG the other day, so I had to make some changes for that to make some of that audio work correctly. How's that? Is that any better? Testing 1, 2, 3. Am I louder than the game now? Is the game still louder than me? Sounds better. All right, we'll go with that then. Might be a little too loud still. All right, let me separate these. We'll turn the stream one down to 60. All right, just let me know. Keep, if it's too much one way or the other, let me know. I've got stream is receiving it at 60. I've got it in my headset at 70. Perfect. Okay, sweet. Oh, what do I have him doing? What do I have Delilah's doing? I have forgotten. Oh, she's just going there. Okay, no big deal. Geometric Owl is parked. My miner is mining. Excuse me. A scout is scouting. My other miner is mining. My other scout is waiting. You should scout more. But where? Where do I still need to scout? I don't want to go in there. Don't want to scout in there. How do we get over here? Through there. There. Now let's scout over here. There we go. This one, let's tell it to explore through there. That will send it into there, and then there. And we'll come back to it later. I'm sitting inside a Villa Thunder. So I'm sorry to hear that you're sick, man. Is it just regular old cold virus, or more severe, or maybe it's a migraine? I don't know. Migraines can get pretty bad sometimes. Fever and a cough. Oof. In the middle of the summer, too. That's like really, I know that's rough. But hey, maybe this will cheer you up a little bit. And I hope you can hear it well. I think I got all the audio's set up correctly. I've only got the voice on one of the commands so far. I'm still working on getting it all set up. But check this out. Target nearest hostile.
Targeting.
Target nearest hostile.
Locking weapons.
You recognize that voice? I finally went in and bought the little mini pack.
Autopilot.
Yes, much better than the other one. Unfortunately, the other one is still on like all the other commands because I just got it downloaded today and just figured out how to do it all. I got to go through the PDF of all the commands or the responses that they actually have and match them up because it's no longer, oh, say this and text to voice. I actually have to tell it to play different MP3 or MP4 files, something like that. Yes, Star Trek, it is Worf, Michael Dorn. So this is his Legion voice that they recorded for Elite Dangerous. But I bought the mini pack. There's just some generic things it could be. It could be in Elite Dangerous. It could be, it works here. The larger pack had more specifically dangerous responses. So I just bought the mini pack. Since I don't play Elite Dangerous enough to do that. Oh, it is not Baldur's Gate 3 today. Let me turn that timer off. But timers, turn that one off. It is not Baldur's Gate today. Sorry about that. That is inaccurate information. Is there a way I can get rid of that? No, not from there. But if you like Baldur's Gate 3, check out Jim. He does Baldur's Gate 3 a lot. Yeah, so I just did the mini pack of Michael Dorn. I was like, and I figured I might as well set up the targeting one first because he's the tactical officer, so
Waiting orders.
He ought to be my response when I tell the computer to do military type things. I want you to come there. Oh yeah, I think even if he wasn't necessarily playing any particular character or anything, just his voice, it resonates really well.
Entering system. Heretics end.
Get to where we are. I don't know if you saw it or not. The Nister was painting his Talati the other night. It's looking pretty good so far. Yeah, he's got so he's got a Talati that's 3D printed. It's about that tall. So he's got the Talati painting. He's working on the helmet now. So anytime you run into a Talati and they got a helmet on, he's painting the helmet now. So I saw him go live last night doing that, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna check this out. Let's see if I got his name correct there. I hope that's right. No, that's not him. Hold on. We'll delete that one. Just delete that one.
Stand down battle stations.
No, I didn't say that. Let's see here. Oh, come on. I know I got him. Let's pause that for a second while I pull this up. Because what he was doing is really cool, and I want to definitely make sure we share it correctly here. There he is. Ah, I did ER. No wonder. There we go. Yeah, so here's painting. Oh, he doesn't have any videos online. He was painting the helmet for a Talati merchant, and he showed off a few other models that he's planning on painting.
Autopilot. Disengage.
All right, here we go.
Delighted to see that everyone has made it. Explorer, please fall into formation to accommodate the remaining attendees.
So many ships! I cannot believe we are actually here, ready to witness something truly historic.
The Terran Secret Service has been alerted to potential gate activity. The Intervention Corps has been ordered to undertake a threat assessment with regard to the potential impact on Sol territories.
That's why I'm here.
We can only guarantee everyone's safety as long as the expedition remains close to the intervention fleet. However, we advise everyone to stay clear of our firing arcs.
Initial scans indicate some activity. We will need to get closer for a more thorough read on the situation. Mission Specialist, approach the gate cell and interface with it to initialize a direct data stream for our onboard science team.
Affirmative.
Is X4's music maybe a little bit
Approaching
louder
the
than the
jump gate.
voices? I'll fix that after the cutscene's over.
Activating scanner. Accessing nacelle.
Yeah,
Data
they're-
stream is initialized.
Yeah, that his voice is definitely much quieter than the music.
Looks like... Fall back. The energy is spiking.
They're probably about
Battle
the
stations.
same size as cables that we have under the ocean in our real world here.
Nothing? Well,
About that size, maybe.
Intervention Corps, prepare for traversal.
The expedition shall follow close behind. Mission Specialist, remain here and establish an outpost to derive a complete reading of the gate's coordinate data.
On it, sir. Godspeed, everyone.
Establish an outpost. I think they're going to build a station on this side. That would be the base of operations. All right. Let's see about lowering. Since we're going to be doing a lot more storyline, let's bring music down to 50. Keep everything else up. That should help. All right. So for the time being, I'm just going to keep the Delilah Swan Song along with my other two Gladiuses nearby. But I'm mostly going to approach this mission with Velvet Thunder. Although I'm running low on missiles again. I keep forgetting to restock.
Entering system. Watchful gaze.
Preliminary scans indicate that this system is uninhabited. No sign of boron or any other kind of life, biological or artificial.
This cannot be true. Are you certain that the sensors are not malfunctioning? It has been so long. I really thought this might be the day I finally reconnect with my kin of the Finn.
Take heart, Boron Exile. You may yet be a step closer to your reunion. Explorer, we need some detailed system mapping. The task is in your hands. There is much to learn here.
All right. Explore. Scan mode. Did that work? Do I have that set up? May not. Suppose we're kind of just going to fire this off a couple different directions. Oh, I heard a ping over here. Alright, it's just pinging off of them. Alright. Let's go deeper.
Preliminary data has identified some points of potential interest. We are having trouble locking on to exact locations at this range. See if you can pinpoint them for us.
Alright, gotta get through spots. Got a few more people down. Nice. Nice. It is a good game. I'm glad that there's more people discovering it and playing it. I just wish there was a way to have a game that was this good in multiplayer. Maybe session multiplayer, but maybe even MMO level where it's doesn't get as jobby as EVE Online. Alright, so I'm not sure if that right there, where the cursor is just an asteroid or some kind of station at the moment. Doesn't look like a normal shape for an asteroid, so I'm thinking there's a station there, a ship maybe, something out of the ordinary. Guess we'll find out here in a moment. Retro, have you played the Kingdom End DLC yet? It is something.
Unknown object.
You've done it all. Okay. Don't spoil it for me. Ah, it is a derelict ship. Jim Knight, how you doing today? Oh.
B?
Let that finish talking.
By the Trinity, a boron vessel.
My instinct says we should take a closer look.
Yep. Give me just a minute. Oh, come on. I do these. I'm not at all proficient with my commands. There. If you like Baldur's Gate 3 at all, which is a great game, I highly recommend it. Right after X4. Check out Jim's channel. The guy's got all the answers about everything that's happening in Baldur's Gate. I think he's been running some tutorial stuff and everything as well, just to let everybody ask questions or show them different combinations of classes and everything. Getting ready for the full release here soon. Alright, let's see what we got.
Your ship's sensors are picking up a weak energy signature amongst the debris.
I'm going to have to get out of my ship, aren't I?
Assistant,
Oh,
I think you should suit up and investigate.
of course. I love how even now he's still like assistant. Assistant.
Hello.
Like, surely
yes.
I'm more than just an assistant at this point.
All right.
See if you can repair the panel to gain access.
Yeah. But don't you hate it when that happens in real life? Alright, let's stop bouncing around. I really hate the spacesuit. Cannot control it the way I would like to.
Encryption and reconstruction algorithm. The data is woefully incomplete, but it appears that this was an outpost of some manner. There are signs of an attack from several directions. It seems that the operators would have had little, if any, time to react. How frustratingly peculiar. I am forwarding all of this to our esteemed expedition commander. Perhaps he can garner more clues. I have my doubts, though.
So the expedition commander gets the title esteemed.
Newmont Kite, sir. Our team confirms that the Heretics End Gate does indeed contain the coordinates to the Kingdom End system. The timing cannot be coincidental, can it? Just after we received word from the Boron? Is it possible that their experiments were somehow related to the gate reinitialization?
Coordinates and timing are relevant, but not conclusive. The fact of the matter is that this is definitely not Kingdom End. Interstellar messenger drones are not the fastest form of communication. We do not know what has occurred on the Boron side since their last message. Theoretically, a connection between the two gates is possible, but that is just a theory. It could well be that the systems were linked in the distant past.
Yes. Unfortunately, a theoretical compatibility does not mean much in itself. If activating or reprogramming these gates were easy, I am certain I would have overcome the challenges long ago.
The split didn't exactly give you a choice over your research focus. Could this be the Boron? Could they really have unlocked jump gate technology?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. At this point, any further hypothesis would be mere speculation. Until we have more evidence, keep your ideas off general comms. If you must elaborate your theories, feel free to put them in writing.
Alright.
Hold on. I think I am picking up. Oh no, never mind that. Nothing of interest here. This system's peculiar conditions make getting accurate readings rather troublesome.
Okay, so scan.
Explorer, you have an unidentified ship on an intercept trajectory. This is our first contact in the newly opened network. We have no idea of who they are, or their intentions. Investigate, and if possible make contact, but maintain vigilance.
Oh my! Aliens! Please, do not be afraid. I shall disengage my armament. Greetings. I am so pleased to make your acquaintance.
Incredible! Finally, contact with our aquatic allies. Bosota, are you receiving this?
Maybe he is. Of course.
What did you say?
Unusually quiet for him.
Truly? A living, buoyant boron? Are my ocular sensor organs deceiving me? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bosota, and I can barely recall another boron face. I have been riven from my people for that long. Will you please deign to share your time with me?
Sounds like he's courting her already.
I am Mila T, adventurer extraordinaire. I would be delighted to spend time with you.
As appointed delegate of the Alliance of the Word, please allow me to extend my greetings to you and your people. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Mila T.
I do not have any official capacity as such, but it is marvelous to be seeing actual people from beyond the disconnected gates. How did you get here? Has a gate reopened? Are we connected once more? Oh, I knew it would have to happen eventually. What joyous news!
Momentous news indeed, although we are less than clear on how this has occurred. There was speculation that the boron triggered the gate reinitialization. Messages from your scientists indicated that they were working on such a task. Please, can you direct us towards Kingdom End?
You were in contact with Kingdom End? That is marvelous news. It has been decades since we were cut off. We have heard nothing in all that time. The severing of the connection with Nishala has been indescribably distressing for all of us.
My system is in profound turmoil. To meet a fellow Boron after all these years is an incandescent joy. But to find that you, too, are cut off from the homeworld is a misery.
More than you know, Bosotar. We have all mourned this loss.
But without access to Kingdom End, your Queen and Parliament, how do you govern yourselves?
After the severance, there was a period of chaos, until a royal steward was appointed. I have had dealings with him. It would be my pleasure to make an introduction.
We must make haste. There is much to be discussed with your leadership.
Follow me, you cavalcade of curious creatures.
A Boron society not headed by a queen? This is somewhat hard to fathom.
Indeed, Bosotar. From your own experience, you understand the pain of separation. I doubt other species appreciate the biological depth of our harmonious societal interconnection. It was worse than it is now. It used to be that all our systems were isolated. Severed, not just from Kingdom End, the Queen, and Homeworld Nishala, but also from each other. Fortunately, several of our systems reconnected to each other eventually, but none received word from home. Reorganization became a necessity. The provinces adrift, as we call ourselves, were only ever intended to be temporary, but under the Royal Steward, it has grown into a comprehensive governing body. But some of us have never given up on Kingdom End. Your communication with the homeworld is momentous in the extreme. Not a soul in these systems has found evidence of where the Kingdom End even still exists.
That is a lot of dialogue. And it's just non-stop, right on top of each other the whole time. But it's interesting. Oh yeah, her voice actor is good. Really good job there. I would say, I mean, because they actually do change the voices quite a bit. Like, I don't know if they're doing changes to the like in the programs or whatever to make them sound more alien. The more human sounding voice actors or characters are typically a little bit better. So the Bosota, this new Boron, and then I don't know what's up with Terrans though. I mean, it's like it's human. Why couldn't they do a little bit better job on those? But as far as DLC goes, most of the DLC story and voice actors have been pretty good on all the DLCs. It's kind of like the core voices are a little bit lacking, but the DLC ones have all been pretty good. Yeah, yeah. But it's still interesting though that we're encountering a new Boran society here that they still have not made contact with the Boran homeworld. Oh, another cutscene.
Goodness. A Terran-made ship. Surely this indicates that our reports are correct. The once dormant gate has indeed resumed its function and brought our province into alignment with our erstwhile allies. You must realize what this means. All the resources of the Commonwealth are now within reach. At long last, a chance to end the shortages. Pick up the pace.
I hope he plans to trade.
I must warn you, the provinces adrift are not awash with the luxuries of the old kingdom. The pain of
Makes
severance
sense.
has been constant, but our economy has also suffered. The shortages of essential goods have cut deeply. Reconnection with the network may alleviate some of these issues, at least.
That makes sense, yes. At this point, the hail became generic. Yeah. And I somehow I missed when he became one of my pilots. As just all of a sudden, when I finished with the whole Terran thing, I said, well, there's his ship. And I looked at who the captain was, and when I see him, I was like, oh, well, when did he, become a pilot? And he's just another pilot then. That's it. Nothing to it. He's still got his unique look because of the whole cybernetic stuff, but other than that, just another pilot in your employ. Oh, it isn't? I haven't really talked to him since finishing the Terran story.
Entering system. Bearing
Yeah.
shores.
That would make more sense to have. It's like he could occasionally mention something about the missions or the patrols you went on together. Make him feel more alive.
Hey, let's see. You bring us guests, outsiders, with a fleet no less. What have you been up to?
More than that, Royal Steward, I bring
Yeah.
momentous news. The fleet, this Paranid-led fleet, it came from the dormant gate in watchful gaze. They have communicated with Kingdom End. They have no Kingdom End gate, but they have communication. We are connected to the network once more.
My word,
The delegation seeks an audience. May I?
Yes, of course. There is so much to discuss, so much to consider.
Royal Steward, would it be in order for me to accompany the delegation?
I'm sure you have other things to do. Diplomacy is not the same thrill as exploration.
Please, Royal Steward, with your permission.
Of course, Neelity. By all means, accompany the delegation.
Explorer, you have displayed some usefulness thus far. I'm tasking you with joining us in meeting the Royal Steward. I may have need of your insights.
I'm glad I've proven useful.
Clearly made an impression on the expedition commander. I sense you are becoming more central to his plans. Join the delegation. Watch this Royal Steward. I have some experiments to attend to, though I shall keep an eye on you.
Yeah, you're like Siri or Alexa Bosata. You're always listening in.
Guppy.
Request docking. Request docking.
Docking clearance requested.
Docking granted.
Vectors received.
Yeah, got to get all of those voices switched over to Michael Doran's Legion instead of using the default stuff. Oh, this is interesting. This is new. Whoa.
Successfully.
A boron capital ship. In all my days. A perfect equilibrium of function and ergonomics. And with such flair. My current abode is penurious in comparison.
That's awesome. The Kings of the Carrier. I believe it. Aside from just really, really liking my Terran ships, this is like, oh, it's so similar to like Battlestar. The things just launch from the sides and come back in on the sides. This is neat. And instead of having to come in and land, you get close enough there and tractor beams pull you in, maybe. That's awesome. We're going to explore first. We'll go to the brig. Oh, new doorways. All right, cool. And yeah, it's a brig. It's very, until you get to the elevator, organic feeling. Well, this isn't organic feeling. This kind of lost the whole organic feel. It's the same as all the others. Another elevator on this side. All right, let's check out generator room. Yeah. It is a shame. It would have been interesting to see it everywhere. Pretty much the same as any other. Alright, anything else to explore? Dock area, we came from there. Alright, to the bridge. Cutscene.
My ropalium near explodes with the joy of welcoming esteemed visitors. This historic occasion is the first of its kind. I am Leda V, Royal Steward of the Provinces Adrift. On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, and as her loyal servant, it is my profound pleasure to welcome an emissary of the Perenid Empire. And once business is out of the way, I insist you join me on a more informal tour.
Esteemed Royal Steward Leda Wee, thank you for your most gracious welcome. You must forgive me. I, Numankaret, am no Empire emissary. I represent the Alliance of the Word, a diplomatic forum and scientific organization funded by various races across the network.
My. But do you have letters patent from the Empire? The provinces adrift are in dire straits. We must negotiate terms of assistance.
I am compelled to reiterate, I do not speak for the Perenid authorities. Though we do bring news which may bring joy. We have been in communication with Kingdom End. Limited fragile communication, but communication nevertheless. Some months ago we received word from your homeworld. It was heartening to discover that the Boron Core has survived the shutdown. Most ambitious endeavor. Their entire scientific resources are focused on understanding and manipulating jump gate technology. We humbly request your permission to investigate the dormant jump gates in your territory, and to set up a scientific outpost in the region, should that be required.
There are so many implications to consider. This really is momentous. I am afraid I must decline your request, for now. We cannot be precipitous.
By the glistening waters of Nishala!
I fail to understand.
There has to be
We ask
conflict.
for no more than your permission. We certainly have no wish to be a drain on your resources.
Leader Wee, they are trying to connect us with Kingdom End. They have communications.
Neela T, this obsession with finding home is entirely yours. You may have the luxury of gallivanting around the galaxy in search of miracles, but I have responsibilities. I have the welfare of billions of souls to consider. Our guests have already made clear that the outside network, with all its resources, has been unable to connect with our homeworld. The priority at this juncture is the welfare of our people, and I shall not be distracted from that.
Honored host, we will of course expedite communications with the governments of the network. I'm sure emissaries are preparing as we speak. Yet, if we could simply...
Enough, please. I understand your request, but I do not think you understand what is at stake. Please have patience, but for now, the matter is settled.
Outrageous!
Oh.
The Boron Queen's government itself is racing to reconnect, and you decline to facilitate? What kind of royal steward are you?
Please.
There is nothing to be gained from trading insults.
This is absurd. Our work is of the utmost importance. You're
Whoa.
heading to the dock, awaiting pickup.
He just disappeared
Certainly could
mid-sentence.
have done better, but all may not be lost.
Interesting. Yes, his planet needs him. That was... Now I gotta mediate between the two parties. So here, I agree with the royal steward, honestly. I mean, he's got to worry about his people here. And their welfare. And then the whole, like, we're asking permission to build a station in your space, and then permission is denied, and you get all flustered and upset, and like it's our work of so that seems very self-obsessed. It's like when you ask permission to do something.
Has determined that this system poses no threat to the citizens of Sol or the wider network. Our orders are to deploy to a position of more strategic importance. Still, stay alert. None of us know what might be lurking out there.
The Alliance of the Word thanks you for your support. You shall proceed alone from here on. Our military friends are needed elsewhere.
Relate to which side? To the floating... Is it the floating people? What did she call them? The floating something. The people that want to do what they want in someone else's space. Well, Terrans haven't really done that, unless those people pose a threat. Which the Terran Protectorate just calmed us and was like, there's no threat here, so we're going to return to somewhere where there's more of a threat that we can protect from. But I feel like even if the Terran, because, well, here's the thing, the Terrans would not ask permission. If they're like, this has to be done, it's important to be done, they're just going to do it. There's no, we request your permission to do this. No, just do it. If you ask permission, be prepared to be denied. And you can't be upset when you get denied when you asked permission. If you think it's so important that, you know, if you're going to be all upset when you get denied after asking permission, well, you shouldn't have asked permission. You should have just done it. Be like a Terran. Just do it if it's that important.
From our disappointing introduction.
I don't know. I'm not sure which way I'm going to fall on this yet. I see both sides, but I'm not sure. Why are you in this situation?
From time to time, I spend the waking nights pondering the very same question. It would be misleading to cast blame for all our miseries on the Great Shutdown. In fact, when we were first riven from the wider network, the vast majority of our boron systems remained connected between themselves. Isolated from external threats, we commenced a new age of reflection and scientific endeavor. And while this period of peace brought the wealth of Kingdom N to fabulous new heights, we were not complacent. Resources were stockpiled throughout the Queendom, a precautionary measure. Oh, we thought we were prepared. Yet in truth, we were far from it. We boron are inherently connected to each other, you see? We thrive on a collective sort of innate affinity. Once that connection was severed, each system found itself in complete isolation. Things fell apart quite quickly, I'm afraid to say. Productivity collapsed catastrophically. Stockpiles were depleted far more rapidly than anticipated, and there was no way to replenish them. After years of disarray, Great Reef finally reconnected with barren shores. Later, it was joined by several other systems. The provinces adrift were founded, but by then the damage was done. We still lacked crucial resources. I contend that it was the collective psychological toll of the severance that caused this, more so than the evident logistical challenges posed by the shutdown.
Interesting. And Providence's Adrift was the name I was looking for earlier. Let's ask him if he's okay.
I regret my approach at our meeting. You see, I have not hosted a diplomatic function in decades. Unfortunately, I am simply not in the habit of communicating with anyone other than Boron, you see. We Boron converse amongst ourselves, relying on complex structures of pheromones, not just mere words. There was so much to communicate, so much to cogitate upon, yet the words failed to convey my meaning. You must imagine it like painting an ocean, yet having only a single shade of blue with which to do so.
Interesting. Perhaps we reconvene and try again.
You are correct, of course. There is no harm in reaching for common ground. I am embarrassed to say that our defensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. Ashamedly so. Our economy is so fractured, we struggle to construct anything larger, perhaps, than a frigate. We cannot even resource and operate a full-scale shipyard. For half a century of isolation, we Boron have had little need for a comprehensive military. I fear that we are wholly unprepared for the myriad dangers lurking beyond the gate. And should word spread of the valuable equipment and facilities proposed by the Alliance of the Word, it might be akin to painting a target upon ourselves for any nefarious actors in the vicinity. One moment. I have, even now, received word of split incursions. If we had anything of value to loot, we would not be discussing skirmishes. They would descend upon us in hordes.
Alright. Let's go talk to the other guy. It definitely seems like they do for the Boron. They're constantly using the much larger... Somebody in crew quarters? Big words. Big words for Boron. I mean, they're scientists. That's their
The steward and I have had our
affinity.
differences in the past, but I had no idea he would be so stubborn.
Don't feel like he's being stubborn. He's being protective of his people.
I am so very sorry you had to witness that embarrassingly discordant display. Leader we and I disagree on much, but he is not a bad person. You know, he is just scared.
It didn't strike me as being scared. Well, let's find out what she thinks he's afraid of.
I think he is scared of falling short. He carries the weight of the expectations of the entire provinces. He wants to keep everyone safe, and I think he fears that your expedition will exacerbate an already dangerous situation.
Kind of has. Oh, but what? Oh, she's thinking of a different dangerous situation than what we've heard of.
Yes, fraught with danger. The provinces lie uncomfortably close to Kark territory. When Sanctuary of Darkness first connected to the provinces, it triggered regular attacks. We barely managed to protect ourselves with the meager military that we could cobble together. Thankfully, the waves have calmed for now. The Kark incursions eventually ceased. All attempts to communicate with these enigmatic creatures have failed, so I would hesitate to call it a ceasefire. It is more of a lull in hostilities. As you can imagine, the situation remains rather fragile.
So they've probably discovered that these Boron just don't have any resources for them, so they're not attacking as much anymore. But daggum, if they're that close to them, they got one sector connected and they've just been here on their own. Yeah, that's super dangerous. And then the rest of the network connects, and the Royal Steward guy I was talking about, the split, was already commencing some incursions into their territory. But now they're fighting a battle on two fronts, and have not received any assistance yet, except like, oh, here's a science guy who's like, I want to build a station in your territory. I'm understanding the Boron position more and more at this moment, and less on the scientist's position. Let's ask her about her obsession for home.
Oh, You took note of that, did you? Time after time I approach Leader Weave for the resources to find our way back home. But he has come to the conclusion that efforts spent on this endeavor come at an immediate cost to our people. I would
Makes
hate
sense.
for you to get the impression that I do not care for my fellow Boron here. Out on the fringes, I am truly seeking to make a difference for the people. Serving the Queen's subjects is a duty for me. You see, I do not like to draw too much attention to it, but I myself am the progeny of stranded minor royals. Before you bow or anything like that, I am not part of the direct line of succession.
I was
and
not
that
planning
is
to
not how
bow.
our monarchy works in any case. Yet, it drives me to find a path back home, for the people to once again delight in a reunited, merry realm.
Okay, right now,
Pleasant travels.
I am still falling on the side of the steward. Why is it telling me to go back there? That doesn't make sense anymore. We need to go to the docking bay. Yeah, for the moment, I'm still on the steward's side because there's our scientist leader. He's got the CAC, like, on his doorstep. Now he's got a whole nother slew of pirates that are now connected to his systems on his doorstep. He's got this scientist guy wanting to do something that, trying to connect them to Kingdom End with no discernible evidence that what they're doing is actually going to work. Just like the young Boron girl there is like, she's been asking for resources to try and find a way back to get to Kingdom End, and it's not been getting anywhere with no discernible evidence that there's any progress being made. So why would he continue to entertain those plans with no evidence that they're even going to go anywhere, and is at the moment taken away from what limited resources he has to support the people that he has and protect them from now two threats on two sides.
Who does this fool think he is? Does he not understand the gravity of our mission? Withholding his consent? We shall continue without it if necessary.
This guy's resorting name calling, just being all upset and everything. I am not a fan of that. I say it's one thing, like we were talking about earlier. If you think it's so important, you just be a Terran, just go do it. Don't ask permission, just go do it. If you're actually going to call yourself somebody that won't do anything without permission or without consent, you can't get upset when you're not given permission. It doesn't work that way. You can't call yourself a peaceful person when every time it doesn't go your way, you become unpeaceful. So we're going to tell him to calm himself. I'm patient. No, I'm not going to go, because the other guy's not being closed-minded. He's willing to come back to the table without being upset. This guy's just flying off the handle.
Why do you think I remain on this fool's dock? And who are you to tell me to calm myself? I appreciate your contributions to our mission, but do not forget that I remain your superior. I must clear my head of the fool's petulance before I return to my post.
Goodbye. I am not going to be called his subordinate. He just made me mad. I did not sign up to be his subordinate in that manner. I came to just be like part of the thing. I guess I have to tell him that Leader Wee is afraid in order to make the mission progress. That sucks. Fine.
Yes, you are right. That much is obvious. I cannot help but wonder if there is more to the issue than that. Perhaps he is overly attached to his role as Prime Administrator of the provinces. A reunion with Kingdom End would inevitably result in him having to relinquish power and standing.
Nah, he's fearful of the CAC.
Ah, I understand. He is worried that our presence will stir up an infestation of the Chitterers. The Alliance of the Ward is certainly prepared to provide assurances that our investigation will not leave him exposed to Ka'ak attacks.
Will that? Come on, I don't want to be the spy. Mediate, talk to Neela, talk to Lita. Now, I guess I have to tell him everything that I've learned, which makes me feel very,
Yes, you are right. That much is obvious.
double
I
agenty.
can't help but wonder if there's more to the issue than that. Perhaps he is overly attached to his role as Prime Administrator of the provinces. A reunion with King Demend would inevitably result in him having to relinquish power and standing.
I don't think it's that at all.
Well, we are a scientific expedition, so our offensive options are rather limited in that regard. What we can do, however, is make assurances that any valuable equipment that is transported into Boron space will be well guarded, making it an unappealing target. Furthermore, I am prepared to place several scouts at his disposal, and to establish a network of satellites in watchful gaze. That will give the split cause to reconsider an incursion into the provinces. The situation with this steward does indeed seem resolvable, though I fear he wears my patience thin.
You
Take
didn't
this
have
matter
any
in hand.
patience to begin with,
And see
dude.
the fool. Perhaps you can change his mind.
I'd really like if you'd stop calling him a fool. This guy's no leader. I don't like him at all.
Ah, the silent one from our disappointing introduction.
Let's talk about the CAC. We aim to avoid provocation. Or we could try to resolve it permanently. Let's go for avoid provocation.
Your commendable commitment to peace is as welcome as it is unexpected. The Alliance of the Word is to be lauded for its respect for our peaceful ways.
That serves a positive solution. If you help, we could provide security, protect your borders, use needless ties to increase your standing. No, he hasn't said a thing about standing. He's always about security, so let's go with security.
Well, well, this is an unexpectedly kind offer from the Alliance of the Word. I must admit that security assistance in these uncertain times would indeed be a welcome reassurance.
All right.
I must say how thoroughly reassured I am. And again, please accept my most profound apologies for our earlier miscommunication. Clearly, our values are in auspicious alignment. I am confident that you will ensure no harm befalls my charges. Please, do proceed with my blessing and my people's support for the success of your historic mission.
Okay, he's done talking.
With the gate in watchful gaze reactivated, to our knowledge, only 3 more dormant gates remain in province space. One is located in Ocean of Fantasy, another in Barren Shores. The final one was discovered by scouts in Sanctuary of Darkness. If Sanctuary of Darkness sounds foreboding, you may find that the name is fitting. It is host to a significant Ka'ak infestation. Urgh. Even uttering the name makes my fins tingle. Yet I must remain firm on the matter. Do not, under any circumstances, engage with the Ka'ak. Every interaction with them results in horrific conflict.
You have our word, Leader Wee. We shall do everything in our power to avoid undue provocation.
Thank you. And may I bestow upon you a gift? We have prepared for you a fighter ship. A humble gift, but hopefully it will be of use to you in the times ahead.
We are most grateful. You have been an exemplary host. Explorer, you have done well to secure access for us to continue our mission. Please, claim the scout ship as your own. Serve you well.
Everybody done talking now? Okay. I was gonna say, Retro, I agree with you that the CAC should be eradicated. And no bias. in that at all. However, the Alliance of the Word was not offering eradication, so if I had chosen eradication, I would have had to handle that on my own, and I currently don't believe I would have had the military might to do that. Although, one day, I will return, and I will eradicate them. When I have the military to accomplish that. Where do I get in at?
Unknown ship.
Oh.
Ready when you are, Commander.
Need to investigate the dormant gates to formulate the next step of our expedition.
I am already familiar with the gate in Ocean of Fantasy. If you supply me with the necessary equipment and provide me with a few pointers as to what exactly I am to do, it would be my deepest pleasure to assist.
Excellent. The Alliance shall investigate barren shores. That only leaves the matter of the final gate, the location of which is somewhat more precarious. Explorer, you have excelled thus far. Put that new fighter of yours to good use, and find Sanctuary of Darkness. It seems that you are best suited to this task.
What is Velvet Thunder doing?
All the times I dreamt of being reunited with my fellow Boron, it never crossed my mind that they might be in such impoverished circumstances. I know that the Alliance has received communications from Kingdom End, but those were dispatched decades ago. Hopefully, they have fared better than the Boron here. I am curious about the contents of their message. Just how much of their preliminary findings have they shared with their Alliance counterparts? Once we have gained access to both gates' data, maybe the Alliance really intends to conduct experiments from our side too. Trying to manipulate gates would be an incredibly involved undertaking. Yet it seems as though Nimankaret is single-minded about the whole endeavor. Can you imagine the possibilities that would be open to us if we could manipulate these gates at will?
Thanks to the newly opened trade routes, we have commenced rebuilding our shipyard. You are, of course, most welcome to aid us in our undertaking. Your efforts will, of course, be lucratively compensated.
This ship is fast. I like it. So far. Only got 2 weapons. Ooh. I like the way they fire. It's fast. I like it. Fast and maneuverable. Though somehow I doubt the shields are going to be that tough. It's probably going to be a squishy hull as well. Alright. So we are in Great Reef. Our big ship is waiting there. Alright, good. That's all fine. I'm supposed to find my way to Sanctuary of Darkness. I'm sure I was talking about something before they started talking again. I don't remember. I think it should be like that. Yeah, that's more like it.
I have arrived at my designated inactive gate. I shall commence taking readings immediately.
Okay, I have no idea where I'm going to be going. Sanctuary of Darkness. Let's pull up the map. So we are...
Radar on.
the Great Reef. It's in the northern spot, so it should be right around in here. Oh, give me... Come on. There we go. All right, Retro, you said you were not... Where did it go? You said something about you didn't like flying the boron ships. Tell me why. Because right now I'm enjoying the speed of the boron ship. I think it's underarmed, but the speed is good. Reminds me a bit of the geometric owl. And I don't remember what type of ship that was, but so far I like the speed. Slows down better than the geometric owl does. Designed for swarming speed, but the firepower is lacking. Okay, yeah. I figured firepower would be lacking with only 2 weapon ports. I wasn't sure yet, since I only just got this thing. Okay, got that. There's the jump gate. Yeah, the Moira is the one I'm thinking of. Oh, I like how they sound. They sound really cool. I think I'll fly around in it a little bit, but I'm probably going to end up switching back to the Gladius. And I definitely won't enter into my fleet as part of the fleet design. I'm going to stick with Terrans.
Entering system. Sanctuary of Darkness.
You never flew this one.
Of darkness.
Okay.
According to our archives, there was once a xenon presence hereabouts in the network.
Oh, is that so? Then we were quite lucky that our systems were not connected directly to a Xenon stronghold. There is no way we would have survived, given the state of our military.
Now, see if you can locate the inactive gate in this system.
Be careful. Take great care when navigating. We must honor our word and avoid the Kark. You will also need to be cautious of the region's other hazards. I recommend that you stick close to the asteroids. They seem to be an exceptional indicator of where your ship will not be harmed.
There we go. Now I can save. It would not let me save during cutscene conversations. And Retro's not going to say anymore. I am not. I'm not overly confident with my survival chances now, considering I'm in a ship I did not design. As far as its gear goes, I'm hearing explosions just randomly everywhere. Is that a crystal? I think I see a crystal. Yeah, see, there's the flash and the explosion happening. That doesn't. There's another. This whole system seems to be dangerous for ships. Did you think that now or when you first encountered it? Now? Is there nothing left there? Nope, I guess I got it all. Okay. Alright, I am supposed to find the inactive jump gate. She said something about staying close to the asteroids because the asteroids seem to indicate where it'll be safe for your ship. So if the asteroid's not blowing up, my ship won't blow up there. But something keeps them blowing up somewhere. What and where? I see the CAC installations. I think they're CAC installations, or those are Xenon. They kind of look like the Xenon control tower from the Terran missions with Hale. See that thing right out there? There was an explosion right over there. What is it? This is very unsettling. Let's wait for a moment and see if we see an explosion. It's not going to happen if I'm sitting here waiting for it, is it? Okay. Ooh. It's not, it's lightning. It's like a lightning. This is reminding me of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the Badlands. Kind of like space lightning. Oof. So yeah, stay near the asteroids. Because you're
perhaps locating the jump gate would be easier if you were to use your ship's long-range scanner.
Won't that attract the CAC? Oh, asteroid hitting me. We'll do it. Let's keep going this way. I see an accelerator, I think. Hold on, what is this? Is this a small asteroid?
Asteroid.
Yeah, okay. Never mind. That, though. That looks like an accelerator. Can't select it. Interesting. Not an accelerator. Well, highway something. It's one way. I can't keep the names straight. I'm under stress right now. I could get struck by lightning. And you over there being cagey about what's happening is making it worse. Oh goodness, it's getting dark. I shouldn't go in here, should I? This is not smart. Although there's a bunch of question marks right there. That's probably what I'm looking for.
Danger.
Oh! That got me. Oh, I know. I did ask for no spoilers. I was sitting there, I was so focused on that little asteroid, trying to see if I could select the asteroid, and I got. Okay, there's something going on over there. Final Fantasy X, no. No, wait, yes. Yes, I did. 10 I did. Yeah. 10's the one I've played. I don't think I did that. But I don't know for sure. It's been a long time. But if you're telling me it's a dodging game, then I'm going to start spinning and swerving.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
Crap. Oh, come on. Lock the Windows key so it doesn't do that to me again. Get out of here.
Hull damaged.
Yep, I see that my hull's being damaged. Why? I'm going out of the way. Oh, the noises remind you of it? Okay. Why is my hull still being damaged? I'm leaving the area that I went into. Aren't I? There we go. Okay, this is... Oh, there's something. Got a blue...
Xenon Station.
Xenon Station. Okay. Where am I? Got unknown stations over there. Unknown stations there. It's blue, though. So I think it's abandoned. They talked about how this used to be a Xenon stronghold. So I think the CAC came in and ran the Xenon out. Potentially, and now you'll just find a few Xenon stations here and there. Purple. Is that good? Would purple be a gate? I'm not very good at the scanning minigame, knowing what everything means. Don't fly straight for it, he says. No, that's in a different spot. But okay, we're going to start asteroid hopping here. Now it's up there. Nothing out here. There's a little thud there. Dolan. Alright. That big asteroid. Oh, hey, why?
Asteroid.
Why is this asteroid flashing blue? That's a little frustrating. That this asteroid is pinging for no discernible reason. Well, that's why we have quick saves. I've never had an asteroid do that to me before. That was an explosive red barrel asteroid. Yep. Mars' finest. Oh, goodness. It's going to be hard to find this inactive gate in all of this darkness. And then in certain areas you get to, it's just like it strips your shields and starts to eat away at your hull. It's like, what's the deal? Okay. Let's try this again. So I am there. It's a no fun zone. Let's see it. All right, so if we look at some of the other systems, gates are typically like they end up being straight across from each other, or they go into quadrants. So since before our last death, we went over this way, there was nothing there. We know that that's the Xenon station there. I haven't really gone over here. Let's just do a kind of a side-to-side sweep here. Just go straight that way. Weaving and dodging the lightning, of course. We'll do the whole asteroid hopping. Asteroid, yes, dodging out. Yeah. Suppose you can't really dodge lightning all that well since it's suddenly there. Oh, goodness. Did you see how dark? I see the gate. Oh, I see the gate. Come on, come on.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
Yeah, there goes shields.
Hull damaged.
I have no other choice. Do I have any other choice? Really?
There it is. Approach the jump gate nacelle. Try to get a reading.
That's target nearest hostile.
Locking on. Danger.
Ugh. Not good. Yep, he's shooting me. Ooh, faster than I'm used to. The weapons are effective. Stop guidance. Let's reactivate the mission. Set to active. Okay. Retro, I know you said something. I'll be there just a minute. All right. I am no scientist, but I thought it technically starts in the ground and goes up and is not at both points. So it's actually like ground up. I could be wrong. Like I said, I am no scientist on that. Gotta scan it.
Each jump gate has 2 pairs of nacelles. They act as caches for storing operational data, among many other things. We're still not very familiar with this technology, or who created it, but thanks to recent scientific advancements, we are able to make sense of some of the information that we are retrieving. It seems apparent that some of the data likely represents the coordinates of other jump gates. Whether this means that these gates were connected in the distant past is mere conjecture. Perhaps the builders had reasons unknown to us for certain gates to hold, special compatibility. The vast majority of the data in these caches remains a vexing mystery to us all.
Alright. So I do like we're getting a little bit of lore here on, like, some civilization came before all of this and put these jump gates out there. Reminds me a little bit of Mass Effect in a way.
Gathered everything we can access from this nacelle. Move on to the one on the opposite side.
While I get struck by lightning. Thank goodness it only takes about a quarter, somewhere between a quarter and half of the shields.
Yes, some of this data looks rather promising. I'm forwarding all of this to our science team as we speak.
Getting some weird decryption attempt. Decryption failed. Partial failure. Abort.
Oh my! I'm picking up a worrisome fluctuation in energy signatures.
Oh. Survive. Target nearest hostile.
Nearest
threat.
Target nearest hostile.
Nearest threat.
Target nearest threat. Ah. I got that one messed up on my own. Target nearest hostile.
Locking on.
Oh, don't you run away from me. Retro, I gotta be honest, I'm loving this ship. Even with 2 weapons.
You fought bravely, Explorer.
That's nice.
Yes, your display of skill was altogether impressive. I just hope this commotion does not result in a more severe and unwelcome reaction.
Our science team has pored over the data that Neela T was able to live from the cache. While we have not yet completed our examination of the Sanctuary of Darkness cache, it is quite obviously the most promising of the gates. Despite the additional challenges the Kaaba represent.
More dangerous, perhaps.
Anything but that.
But I'm afraid that things are not going well in Ocean of Fantasy either. The system's planet is devastated and completely uninhabitable.
Perhaps, once the provinces have re-established their economy, they can attempt some terraforming. For now, this expedition needs you to map out safe passage for a larger fleet to navigate through Sanctuary of Darkness. You can use nav beacons to determine an appropriate route. Just stay clear of the Ka'ak installations. And other hazardous regions, obviously. For a better overview of the task in hand, do not hesitate to consult your map.
Okay. So now I have to map out a safe route for them. I think. Ah, there's that thing again. It's not an accelerator. It's not a highway. There's got to be something. Got to be able to use it. Now I'm thinking Retro, as far as this ship goes... Oh, it's called the Mako? The Mako model? That's interesting. Alright, so the Mako... Yes, why am I getting this tutorial? I think the Mako would complement the Gladius potentially better than the Kokuri would. The Mako would make a decent, like, I mean, the shields are still going down pretty quick. But it could make a decent interceptor. And the Gladius would still operate as the heavy fighter. There goes the lightning again. Alright. Nav beacons. Deploy nav beacons to map out safe path between gates. Okay. Well. Theory crafting at the moment.
You know, for the longest time, the community of planets thought the Kark had been eradicated by their joint efforts. Recent attacks on solitary miners, and now this, proved this notion was overly optimistic.
Yeah, right now it's purely theory. Although I think I may have to try it out at some point. Oh great, here goes another. Let's deploy another. Target nearest hostile.
Nearest threat.
Queen's Guard. This will be a good test of this ship. Let's come in from underneath like this. Are you coming at me? Yes, you are. All right, here we go. Don't be a hostile space. Ooh, okay. I may be retracting everything I said about this ship. Or not. I'm still liking it. I am still liking it. Alright, this is going to go nowhere. Yeah, that's true. Alright, so I have... Let's go pick up this one. No, we don't need to pick that one up. Where should I go? Let's go out to the edge of this. Seems like a safe space here. No shield eating, no hull eating. I don't know what this is. This looks interesting. Not selectable.
Danger. Hazardous region detected. Critical.
Yeah.
Danger.
Where's my shields?
Danger. Danger.
We might be gone again. Might be goners again. There's the shields. All right. Let's see. Pretty sure you're getting the science mission killed. I am? Because I've encountered the CAC too much?
Yes, it looks like you have found a route. Nicely done, Explorer. Everyone, move in. The expedition shall now establish a scientific outpost. This may be the beginning of a most fruitful phase in our journey together.
I think because all the nav beacons were placed in an area that's actually safe. Really? I had much more cover. I guess I'm just very lucky. Alright, let's read this message we got. Wayfinder progress report. Oh, I am not reading all that. Marcus red, set guidance. And autopilot.
Engaged.
Yours was a big semicircle in the red area. I just had to create a line there because I'm guessing that there's, as far as like the atmosphere that tears away the shields and then eats at the hull, does not exist along this line right here somehow. But it was right in here. This here's on the edge of it.
Autopilot disengaged.
Really? Why? Oh, because he's right there. Can you repair my hull? Can he repair my hull?
Wayfinder.
Request docking.
Request approach vectors.
Docking granted.
Vectors received.
Successfully docked.
No, he cannot. Oh well. Alright, so another thing I really like
Lock
about
off.
these Boron ships, I like the elevator. I really like the elevator. I think that's awesome. Makes so much sense for a spaceship. I mean, the ramps cool. They're like, they're practical. They work. But the elevator is just so much cooler. Let's take a look at that helmet. So this is the helmet that the Nister was painting. Oh well, can't get up there in front of it. Yeah.
Go on. Make sure you find your way through Sanctuary of Darkness.
I've already done that, buddy. Is there a mission inactive? Historic logs, teleportation range 2, storage levels, we're working on that. Wotan OCP. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. You need to get yourself 3D print. Yes, Retro, 3D print. I had one before I moved to Sweden. They are a lot of fun. So much fun. I mean, it's a big investment up front. Make sure you get one that has a good review. Spend the money on it up front. It'll be worth it. And then, I mean, you're still spend money on the plastic to print stuff or the filament. But that's a lot cheaper later on. And one spool of filament can usually, like I did a whole Mandalorian chess piece on one spool of filament. Construction aid. Deliver clay electronics. Oh, we could take this on. I mean, it doesn't pay us much, but I can set up, I got a trade ship, I think. Did I sell it? Either way, we're going to accept that. We're going to do that. He is avoiding the nav beacons for some reason. But when I had my ship over here, it had the whole bad area happen to it. Where is he going? He's not even going to the jump gate. I do have a Baldric. It's just sitting there. Yes, it would. You're not spending hundreds of dollars on the models at that point, that's usually the biggest issue with modeling, right? It's like you spend $20, $25 on one little model, but if you 3D print it, then that one little model will cost you what? You know, under $1 as far as how much filament you're spending on it to make some Lego stands. I could use some help with that. I've got some Mandalorian Lego that I want to make them look like they're, you know, jet packing without having a solid block of Lego built up to them. All right, so they want 6,895 units of Claytronics. Who's got Claytronics? Where can I buy some? Let's see, can we buy any over here? No. It's just... Here we go, Claytronics, going from the Antigone trade area. Nice. Alright, so I want my Baldric to come here. Baldric, come here. Trade with. Buy up some Claytronics. This is going to be a long mission. I'm just going to have to check on it every now and then to make sure he's purchased what he's supposed to, and then come back. And that's supposed to go... Oh, I don't have that discovered yet. Alright. Yeah, I probably could. I've not looked into it well enough yet. I should look into it more. And bring the Delilah over here. And then we're going to check on what's he doing. We're gonna get off this. They have established a around an octentric. Now we're commencing construction of an outpost. Okay.
Do not elevate your hopes quite yet. Experimentation shall begin soon, but jump gate technology is very alien and highly volatile. We do not know for certain whether we can ever successfully force a connection, particularly without real-time coordination with our Kingdom and counterparts. Nonetheless, we have an ideal candidate gate for experimentation. The Alliance of the Word has an obligation to our cousins in Kingdom and to try our utmost. These technological marvels have eluded our understanding to date. Something about the interfaces remains stubbornly out of reach. The final spark. In any case, Explorer, congratulations. You have performed your part, and you have done so unimpeachably. We will keep you updated on our progress in the coming years.
I mean, years?
And, if fate wills it, you might one day find your name in the annals of the great explorers and scientists.
Retro, if you got that video pulled up already, could you link that in chat? Yeah, I should have a name mentioned and all, but it's going to take years. Okay, if you can't find it right off, that's fine. That is something I've not looked into all that much yet myself, but I would like to. Alright, I think we can probably just do autopilot here.
Autopilot engaged.
It just saved for us already. So we're going to go zooming as much as we can here. My autopilot's taking the route that he took too. Just in reverse. Alright, let's look at this. Alright, sweet. Thank you. I will be... I'm going to go ahead and save that right now so I don't forget about it. I don't... the opening video had the X-Wing up there already. I don't know about that, but I'm definitely going to do my Mandalorians and their jetpacks. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do anything like that for anything that size. I've got Slave 1, I've got the Razor Crest, I've got Moff Gideon's light cruiser. I've got Kenobi's Jedi Starfighter. I've got the Mandalorian's new Nabooian Starfighter. What else do I have? I think that's all the Starfighters I have. And, well, frigate, technically. I don't have the Falcon yet. I want to get the Falcon, but lots of money for that. I think it costs twice as much as Moff Gideon's cruiser did. You got the Solo Falcon? Nice.
Assistant, you must forgive my absence in your most recent exploratory endeavors. It is just, I have been somewhat preoccupied with my own observations. When did Numankaret say the Alliance of the Word plans to conclude their experiments?
They said it's going to take years.
The expedition leader did suggest that he would keep us up to date over the coming years.
What? Years, you say? That is... Oh my, that is rather disappointing. I had hoped to contribute to their experiments right away. Well, since you are already running errands in Boron space, would you mind assisting me in my personal research? Ever since my tentacles first grasped the scientific equipment in this research installation, I have been utterly fascinated by the Great Reef Nebula. Not even that pesky Sagaris Pioneers vessel can divert my focus for long. You see, I have identified several neutron stars, magnetars in fact, which pulse in an oddly specific way. One could be an anomaly. Two might be a coincidence, but I have already identified a potential third. I need you to verify my observations, independently. To that end, I have compiled a list of positions in Great Reef that I need you to visit. Please do forgive me if I appear somewhat excitable. There is a chance that this could point to a discovery of immeasurable significance.
Oso Tar has informed me of your exciting plans. You must let me accompany you. In fact, I will not take no for an answer.
Oh,
The
figures.
Alliance is in the midst of their preparations. I have to say, the deluge of scientific jargon leaves me cold. I much prefer action.
I can't name all yours, but I have Jedi Starfighter, Interceptor with their respective rings. Oh, I didn't get I got the newer one. I didn't get the one with the rings. Twilight? Don't know them. The N1 Razor Crest, yep, I got both of those. Arc Fighter, nice. TIE Fighter, Slave 1, the one before the most recent. Oh, I got the most recent Slave 1, based off of the Mandalorian, or based off the Book of Boba Fett. I've got a clone fighter of some sort. Oh, and I got a Cloud City Cloud Car. That was one of my first Lego sets from way, way back. Yeah, it is. And I think it was the last one where they actually still put Slave 1 on the box. And then it's like, oh no, we can't use that word anymore. The Cloud Car, it's pretty cool. It's a simple build, but it works. I don't know where it's at right now. I got a closet behind me. I used to have, or I'd still have a picture somewhere of like I was trying to set as my background image. It just didn't work out very well with all the stuff in there. Yeah, the cloud car is like one of the first things I ever had. And it came with Lobot, the guy with the robot device on the back of his head. Oh yeah, I mean, crazy simple build, but it still looks exactly like the thing it's supposed to look like. Yeah, let's reset this one because I want to discover this station.
Autopilot engaged.
The original pod racer, nice. Oh, I've also got the Gauntlet, the Mandalorian fighter transport. So, Bo-Katan's fighter. Seven five two two.
Autopilot disengaged.
I can find out. Go. Nope. It was. If this will open up for me.
Awaiting orders.
We'll see if that pastes. That one. That is the one that I have from way, way back, guys. It's probably my first Lego set ever. They were playset size. Yeah, the true OG one. So the fighter that I have, I got it when Clone Wars was still a thing. So I've had it before the Mandalorian TV show was even thought of.
Boron Shipyard.
It came with Obi-Wan Kenobi and Vizsla. With Obi-Wan and him fighting, they got the dark saber. Obi-Wan's got his saber, of course. Let's dock here.
Granted.
See if we can get repairs. I really need repairs, or I'm going to switch back over to the Velvet Thunder. Ooh, I like their station docking as well. It's just pretty cool. Yeah, it looks like docking computer 2 might be installed already.
Successfully docked.
Ah, there's no repairs here.
Welcome.
Are you talking about the other fighter, the Mandalorian fighter? I forget the name of it now. K something, because that could, they call it Gauntlet, a Gauntlet fighter in the TV show. Where is the actual? No, not the Kimulga. Comric class fighter resource. So here's the wiki of it. That is the actual Gauntlet one. It is both a fighter and it carries about 12 troops in a drop bay. 24 troops in drop bay, along with 2 gunner seats, I think it was. 4, a pilot, co-pilot, and 2 gunner seats. Sorry, I get into that. When I played the Star Wars RPGs, that was my ship that my character owned. Actually, my character owned a fleet of them, which was awesome. I love that ship. I really do. And then when they brought it in, when we finally get to see Bo-Katan flying one and then using it the way it's supposed to be used, that was just amazing. The Nister, How are you doing tonight? You be painting tonight at all? All right, I'm going to have to dock the Mako with the Delilah and switch over to the Velvet Thunder. Baldric is supposed to come here, trade with build storage, sell your Claytronics, confirm. Yes, yes. I told Retro a bit about your painting that you were doing last night. Just hoping to come well back with the show. Yeah, your helmet. Well, your statue's helmet. You might do some. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you'll be able to get one now, Retro. The one I have, they don't make anymore. And of course, as you mentioned earlier, they're doing like all the little miniature stuff. They're not doing full size ones anymore. So I don't know if they will. I would hope that they would. I think it would be a good seller for them.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Over there. So I never did like the Ghost. And I get why it's popular. It's just not, wasn't for me. You know. Oh, why did I get up?
Mako.
Mako? Looks like a YT. Kind of. Kind of. That first picture you did, Nister, I gotta say that Talati looks a bit sassy. Like he's putting on some sass there, or she.
Sin.
All right, we're gonna get to the sin. What people who designed the YT don't understand. Yeah, closing a deal for sure. All right, so Retro, you're talking about the original way the 1300 was designed for the original trilogy, or the retconned reasoning for its design in the Solo movie? Sass is what she's going for. All right. Oh, Nister, take a close listen to this. Target nearest hostile.
Target locked.
Target nearest hostile.
Targeting.
Docking queued.
You recognize that voice, Nister? Topics to the side. I'll let you there because it's meant to have crates out the front and be able to peek around.
Docking granted.
Several options, and there's one that is like sass. It's like, that's the one I'm going for. And yes, Retro, right. That was the original purpose. And then the Solo changed it. It became an escape pod instead. I'm like, this doesn't even make sense. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of those. A friend of mine kit bashed one and put the cockpit in the center. Now, I'll be honest. It looked cool. But his redesign of it was supposed to be a gunship and was not going to be a freighter anymore. So it made sense in that aspect. But some of these people that do the redesigns, oh, it's still going to be the 1300, still going to carry cargo. I was like, no, it's not really anymore. But it wasn't supposed to be the escape pod originally. Originally, it was not. Originally, the fins and the cargo crate was supposed to go inside, in between them. Michael Dorn, Worf from Star Trek, Next Generation. I've only got him on targeting the nearest hostiles right now because I'm having to manually set them all up since I just bought the mini pack. But I'm hoping that by next week I'll have it all set up on all the commands and it'll be his response instead of just the basic computer voice. Let's pull out the Velvet Thunder. Yeah, so the Falcon 1300 is originally supposed to carry. In fact, you can catch a glimpse of one doing it in episode 1. Was it episode 1? No. Episode 2.
Gladius.
Hello.
Oh, it's never a silly guess here. No silly guesses here. They're all legit guesses. Yeah, I mean, I have nothing exactly against the whole escape pod idea. But there are other ports on there. So there's round sections that were actual escape pods that were more the shape of the ones like R2-D2 and C-3PO were in during episode 4 that were actually built into the circular part of the 1300. So I in my own headcanon, the one that Lando had in there was his own personal designed escape pod that's more luxurious because he didn't want to be inside of a small one if he had to go in an escape pod. He does. I don't know who he's next to, though. Who's he next to? I can't remember whose app comes after, but yeah, second most credited Star Trek episodes because he spanned Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and he came back for Picard. Just tons. O'Brien, yep. Colm Meanley. Great actor. I love his acting. He was in Stargate Atlantis as well. He was, I don't remember the character's name, but he was part of the Genii. He was the Genii leader until he was betrayed by one of his lieutenants. All right. Osata would like me to investigate some things, so let's do that.
Autopilot engaged.
What was before Picard? Not sure. Yeah, he might be on the top now after Picard. He brings steak and fries with mango smoothies and picked up my meds. Jim, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the non-lurking mode. Happy to have you here. How you doing tonight? You streaming any Baldur's Gate tonight? You ready for that? If anybody likes Baldur's Gate, you should follow Jim. He's got all the answers when it comes to Baldur's Gate. Let's see. I'm now the chat's moving. Can't keep up. Retro. I always saw the one. Oh, the front is more like a pod, like the Phantom. Or it's a pod to the Ghost. Yeah, just a little shuttle you can whiz around. Yeah, I guess it's possible. There are options with it, I suppose. I've never been like entirely okay with them going back and changing the purpose of things as much as they do nowadays. Oh yeah, if you got a smaller ship, it's easier to Yeah, you leave the mothership in orbit and go down with the smaller ship. Don't have to worry about parking. That's smart. Good. If you look at that list, I think Eric's in. Probably not streaming tonight. Oh, why not?
Arrived at the precise position. Excellent. Taking measurements now. No. This is no good. We will have to disregard these readings.
Really?
Oh well. This shall not dishearten us. Assistant. Onwards to the next position.
Alright, so the leader of the whole...
Bosotar, may I ask you a personal question?
By all means, Neela T.
What makes you choose to remain out there? All alone in that tiny tank of yours. Are you not tempted to reunite with your kind? Now that we are reconnected?
Nothing would delight me more than to explore the provinces myself. And to get out of this tube for once. But my work is simply too important. After years enslaved in the service of advancing split weaponry, I now preside over what is quite possibly the most advanced scientific
No spoilers.
facility in the network. I am sorely tempted to abandon post, even if it is just for a little while. I would most certainly love to see the Great Reef in person, but ultimately, my work here is so much more important than my personal desires.
So what is behind your enduring fascination with Great Reef? If you will forgive my candor, you seem to be rather fixated on this particular system.
Actually, I was born there. Not that I would have any memory of it. Then shortly, after I was hatched, I was taken to Argon space.
But wait, that would mean you were released.
Yes, indeed. If the records are correct, I am 47 years old.
Absolutely incredible. I never imagined I would ever meet someone so aged and venerable.
Hence my fear of spending time away from my laboratory. While my mind remains sharp, I must exercise it for the benefit of all.
That's true, Nister. That's true. Let's see. Jim's tired. It's rest day. I get that, Jim. I had to do that this past Friday. Absolutely understand. Retro, Spencer Starmaid, small shuttles. Yeah. You know, Starmaid was a good game. I enjoyed it. I don't know why I ever left it. Stopped playing. I think Empyrean Galactic Survival pulled me away from Starmaid. Starmaid was good. I enjoyed it. Yeah. Now, I got a complaint to make, though, about Bosotar. He calls the leader of the whole scientific journey, like our esteemed leader, he calls all those people by their names, but I am still assistant. Why am I just assistant? Why not esteemed assistant or colleague, loyal assistant, something like that? Just assistant? I'm not happy with my title.
Nothing. Again. We shall try once more. I know I am onto something. I can feel it in my fins.
That's it. Marcus Jones, bro. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat.
At least in comparison
it's a good. It is a good point, right?
When you think about it, very few Boron of the provinces adrift will recall Kingdom End, or the benevolent leadership of our monarch. Yet, ask any one of them, and finding a way back home will be their preeminent priority. How is it that we are driven to pursue such things, even on the thinnest of leads? Is this inherent Boron naivete, or an innate scientific drive?
That is simply our nature. We are known for being pacifists and scientists. But underneath all of that, are we not first optimists?
So I was actually about to feel the same way that Nisser is there, because I agree with you, Marcus, that Bosotar is in certain ways he is evil, but not because he's just like he wants to be evil, but because what Nisser said, he cares about the science more than anything else. And Retro, yes, the first time Bosotar talks to Neela, it's like,
awaiting
dude,
orders.
you're courting her already? You met her like 2 minutes ago. Yes, sir. I decided I'm painting the base tonight. Because you won't stream because I had fun last night. I don't find that painting boring. It's interesting to see someone else paint, so I don't have to do the painting. Because when you were asking him about doing anything hurtful, I think maybe he suggested that the pursuit of knowledge was more important. Ethics are not a concern. Well, yeah, that because it's like he wants that science knowledge, the scientific knowledge. He's not going to go and hurt somebody unless it benefits the science, though. I think evil is just like, oh, I'm going to hurt you just because I want to hurt you. Whereas what he does is like, hurting you helps me learn more about science. That's where he's at.
Taking readings of the phenomenon now.
Autopilot.
Curious. What? No. This will not do at all. Assistant, something seems to be interfering with the measurements. You must get to the bottom of this at once.
Of course, it always falls to me. Always to me. Bosata, you need to get yourself one of those fancy suits that your other Boron people have and come out here and do some of this legwork yourself sometimes. When you port to HQ, he has no concern for the loss of life, only makes a quip about others should remove themselves. Well, again, it's the science. It's the science part of it. Because when you teleport to HQ, he's, you know, it's for science, where you're furthering some objective he has. Unless somebody's getting in the way of his objective, he's not going to go out of his way to hurt somebody. But he won't stop himself from hurting you if you're in the middle, if you're in between him and his objective.
This asteroid is highly unusual. It appears to emit some form of residual energy, impeding the accuracy of my readings. You must destroy it.
Wait, what? Is that really necessary? Can you not simply account for the interference and adjust your readings accordingly, or reposition the ship a little for clearer measurements?
Inconceivable! We cannot jeopardize these readings in any way. There is no room for error or extrapolation. Everything must be exact. A controlled detonation would be the best course to pursue.
You will need spacesuit bombs to detonate the asteroid. Allow me to drop some for you to use at your discretion. Oh,
so
a word of warning. Do not let the authorities find you with this contraband.
Of course not. So in this particular instance, I would say, yeah, he's being, compared to her, he's being evil right here. I would say in this instance, yes. Absolutely. But it's not an out-of-the-way evil. It is this is in between me and my scientific discovery. And it's the asteroid, so it's not really evil for that purpose. But this is an example of his, like, it's in the way of pure science, so get it out of the way. Okay, so Marcus, let's do this, because I feel like perhaps we have different definitions of evil. So make sure I've caught up on all the other chat. If there were, yeah, I don't know what he would do if there were people on the asteroids. And he does have psychopathic tendencies, for sure. So what is your definition of evil, Marcus? So that we're on the same page when using that word. No. So my definition, I mean, that may be your definition. My definition of evil is somebody that will do things to harm others for the pure pleasure that it brings them. So if you like to hurt cats because for some reason hurting a cat makes you happy, that's evil. Others' pain makes you happy is evil. Morally absent or morally lacking, I feel would be a better definition for Bosata, in the essence that he's like, well, I don't care if people die as long as I get my objective done. But because he does not go out of his way, and because their death doesn't, it's not their death that brings him joy, it's just I got the scientific data brings him joy, then I would not necessarily call him evil. Morally lacking, yes, but not evil. So where is this at exactly? Am I... Yeah, I'm bumping into it. I know. Stop. I hate this part. Am I supposed to put it right here? Let's put one right there. Let's see.
EMP bombs will not destroy the asteroid. Change your equipped bombs to spacesuit bombs.
Oh. Right. My bad. There. How's that? He's just lacking some social conscience. That may or may not lead towards the lack of lives. Yeah. I think it's very much there's just a lack of conscience, in a way, lack of some morals. But not he's benign. He's not evil, he's benign. He's benign to the consequences. So Marcus, I think we're really saying the same thing. We just had different definitions of the word evil. But in the end, what we meant was the same. I don't know if I'm supposed to put these things in a very particular spot or not, because the quest marker is just the center of the asteroid.
And detonate.
Can I get away first? To detonate the space bombs with... Okay. Did that work? There we go.
Quite the spectacle. Obliteration may have appeared to be an extreme approach to resolving our issue, but it seems to have done the trick.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not here to tell you you're wrong or anything. It's just it's a good discussion to have. Gives everybody something to think about, I think. And that's actually one of the reasons why I said, well, what was your actual definition? So we did not get into any kind of arguments. That usually is what leads to arguments. It's like, well, we have different definitions and we just don't realize it. Yeah.
Docking granted.
I definitely... There are times when both Sota is, not... not the greatest person to work for. Oh, let me get docked on that. I can read here.
Assistant, please return to the initially designated position at once.
What did he say? Measure. Okay, I get it back to the crate. So about your Teladi's crate. Slap some LEDs inside of there.
Hello there.
Yes. Yes. Look me in the eye. Yes. Glowing crates. Very good. If that's what you're talking about. I like LEDs. I plan to do more LED stuff in here once I have the money. Paint it glowing? Oh. No LEDs this time around. Oh, alright. Glow in the dark paint, maybe? Would that be accomplishable and still look glowy even when it's not dark? How did I go past it that fast? Hey, Retro, you caught yourself a Rhyhorn. Congratulations. Okay, fly to measuring areas. I flew there and went way past it. So I guess we're just going to creep up on it this time.
Taking measurements now.
Taking measurements now. All right, let's see.
This is my! Would you look at that? That is 5 magnetars, each rotating at a comparable speed. No, wait, actually, this cannot be right. One rotation every 1.884 seconds, which equals one rotation per 3.14 thorium transitions, which...
Oh, my head.
You might not be following. Their rotational speeds are precisely identical.
Okay.
5? With identical speeds? But that is impossible.
As we are observing it right now, it would be more accurate to say that it is highly improbable. But yes, the odds of this phenomenon occurring naturally are incredibly, unfathomably minuscule.
Same here. I'm not following.
Viewed from this position, their positioning appears oddly symmetrical as well. The stars seem to be pointing towards that blue giant. I wonder if...
It looks like a bird flying at
Oh
me.
my! The radiation readings emanating from the blue giant are incredible.
Incredible. How?
Oh, good. We're not meant to.
They are oddly regular, in a manner that should not be possible. And they repeat, like a signal. Could this be what we have been missing?
Techno babble.
Surely not. That would mean... Did someone mean for us to find this?
Wait. A message written in the stars. For... you?
Oh no, please. Not meant for me specifically.
I don't think Bosa's capable of explaining it in a concise manner.
A natural occurrence. Its existence is a manifestation of intent.
So object source light spilling to other areas.
The Alliance of the Word still seeks a means to interface with the gate technology. We may well have just found something worthy of closer inspection. I shall forward these findings to Nomenkla's team immediately. Assistant, you should head back to the expedition outpost now. In the meantime, I shall apply my intellectual suckers to the details of our discovery.
Alright, you go.
Explorer, do not for a nanosecond think that I am not coming with you.
Really? Why? Are you done? Your picture's still there, but are you done talking? I think she's done talking.
This discovery that you and Bozo Ta have made is tremendously interesting. I cannot yet explain how the two are connected.
I can't get a word in.
Readings seem to be compatible with the jump gate, at least according to the science team's tentative simulations.
It is a cipher, deliberately placed to allow us access to the network.
I don't think she likes me. She just doesn't want to be
These are fantastical
not there. She's got FOMO.
evidence. Perhaps the jump gates draw some of their function from anomalous occurrences, such as your synchronized stellar bodies.
Yeah, this is still mumbo jumbo that I'm not understanding.
These gates use the blue giant as a constant point of reference, one that is detectable.
It has to do with the builders of the gates
and used for calibration of some kind. We do not yet
and
have
using the stars to navigate.
so I hesitate to spring to conclusions. That said, your findings certainly accelerate our scientific timeline. Explorer, talk to me in person so that I may brief you on how we will proceed.
I kind of like the Explorer title better.
It is quite obvious why he is so hesitant to entertain my hypothesis. I shall admit, it seems rather ludicrous on the face of it, but I believe he will rue dismissing the concept so readily. To encounter this phenomenon now, just as we are making our first foray into jump gate interaction, is a coincidence of astronomical proportions.
Okay, I think all the chatter is done, so I can read chat now. Alright, so in this one you're talking about OSL, object source light, spilling onto other areas. Okay. I think that would look cool. Yeah, if I believe you're still referring to your painting. That would look really cool. Retro, you're looking for the Gen 1s. Okay. Or Syndical if you see it. Gotcha. And Mr. These are just painting glowy color bits on stuff. Okay. Who's your favorite? Oh, Syndical. You're okay. Sorry, guys. I'm catching up here because NPCs were chatting a ton. Increase size 2, Bosa can, yep, did all that. Right, Marcus, according to the ratings of the 4 classes of evil, Bosa is idealistic evil. I guess if evil's going to be broken into classes, I'm assuming you found some kind of site to give you the classes of evil. I've never really looked into the classes of evil. I base my definition off of like, I got a very biblical background, so that's where my definition comes from. So I've never considered there to be classes. It's just either it's evil or it's not. But if there are classes, then by that definition, probably with the adjective of idealistic in front, probably fits pretty well. Yeah, she has 100% FOMO. She was the explorer, and then I came along, and I'm a better explorer. Now she's like, no, I have to tag along because I have to be an explorer too. Yeah, the lights are the growth sign.
Autopilot. Engage.
Marks 4 traits of an evil person. Be psychopathy, egoism, sadism, and narcissism. And he's got 2 of them. But he's got the egoism. I'd say he's got psychopathy. He's got a little bit of narcissism. In this last conversation, that narcissism came out, I think, a little bit. But just because you have those traits, does that make you evil? I think would be the next question. Because there are, there's traits that are shared amongst all different kinds of things that just because you have one doesn't make you one thing. Yeah, I don't think he has the sadism. It definitely doesn't, because the sadism would definitely be like how I was talking about earlier, doing something to hurt someone else just for the sake of hurting them. That is sadism. And even if, let's say somebody, that's all they do, they don't have the psychopathy or the egotism. If they got sadism, that's enough for me to be considered evil. Again, that's coming from a biblical background there. I think he showed some narcissism as well, the way he refers to and talks about the science team leader, the expedition leader, being, oh, he'll rue the day that he dismissed my theory out of hand. That's a bit narcissistic, isn't it? Unless I got my definition wrong, which is possible. Okay, autopilot, if you hit this asteroid, I'm going to be... Thank you. I think we're going to find out how the Gladius's Mark III Terran shields will hold up against a lightning strike. Yeah, autopilot heard me. I didn't even have to finish the threat in autopilot. Oh, nope, I'm not going to do that. But now it's not doing travel drive at all. But again, we seem to be taking that other route instead of following the nav beacons. Well, the shields on the Mako only went down by a quarter. And what does the Mako got? I never did look to see what its layout was. It's got Mark III boron shields. Went down by a quarter. I feel like the Terran shields would do okay. One speaker's down to 8 peaches. Yeah, probably. So far, we'll see, Marcus. We'll see. Thank you for the follow. See if I can pronounce that. Met for Moors? More.
Danger.
Not even an eighth of the shields took away by the lightning. Terran Mark III shields for the win. Metamorph? Oh, I see it. Metamorph, thank you for the follow. Marcus, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. to everybody, all you folks out there following. Thank you very much. Metamorph, can this game be played with OSES? I see a player here looking at the other games out there that may play on a similar system. It's Metamorph. All right, HOSES. Let me see what HOSES is. What is that? I've not heard of it. Okay, Nister, can you answer that one about the HOSES versus the HOTES? Did Metamorph mistype? 2 sticks. Yes, I used to have 2. I used to have 2 before I had to, well, it broke. But it should be. Okay, I found a link here that you can check out. That it seems like, so I've never, I guess maybe what I had was not technically a 2-stick system. It was a throttle and a stick. There's a comment in that thread where one guy's like, it doesn't make much sense to him to have 2 sticks for this particular game. But you could probably make it work still without much effort.
Autopilot disengaged.
But the thing you really need to have is voice attack. Request docking.
Request approach vectors.
Docking granted.
Approach confirmed.
Successfully docked.
Retro uses X56 Rhino, but usually the second stick instead of the thumb control. Okay. Yeah, it seems like the consensus is yes, it can be used with 2 sticks. So there's like that cheap split stick at home, and yes, you got like the most top of the line of everything at work. People think I stream as Star Citizen and was looking for other games to bounce around. Can you use eye tracking as well? That one I don't know. I've never used eye tracking in anything before, so I don't know. I would imagine. I know, Nissa. I'm just giving you a hard time. Is eye tracking? Wouldn't eye tracking mostly just be to the computer and not necessarily involve the game at all?
Ah, there you are. I have briefed Lita Wee's administration on a research strategy and experimentation protocols. The science team is making the final calibrations. And, as you can see, the Alliance of the Word has worked strenuously to construct all of the necessary energy infrastructure.
We have concluded our preparations, awaiting confirmation to proceed.
Oh, the delicious, heady feeling of pre-experiment anticipation. But Assistant, I would be surprised if our experiments here escape the attention of the COG.
The boron scientist has a point. I shall defer to your judgment on when we should commence the experiment. Shall we initiate proceedings?
Oh, I get to decide if we do it now or not. So it's on me, the explorer, the assistant, as to when we do this experiment and potentially bring the CAC into boron space. Retro missed the Gen 1 because he was too busy nerding out. Such a sad day. Yeah, the NXT does look like a beast. I mean, it's certainly better than my Logitech Extreme 3D Pro, something. It's just a joystick. It works. I don't care what it's named. Yeah, it looks like Metamorph. Does the eye tracking that you've used, where have you used it before? Are you using it like in Star Citizen, and does it work directly with the game, or does it use an intermediary software? So, like for instance, I'm using Voice Attack as an intermediary software. I give it commands that does the shortcuts in game. I would imagine that some kind of eye tracking would be a similar setup with an intermediary software to translate the commands that you're giving with your eyes to the game. Tobii Eye Tracker 5. Let's get this spelled right. So it says, unlock unique features that deepen your level of immersion in your favorite games, including Star Citizen, Microsoft Flight Simulator, to Far Cry. It does not give me... I'll have to look into it more. If you want to give us an idea of what those unique features are, I've seen some people do the eye tracking just like to show the people that are watching them what they're looking at on screen, but I'm not sure beyond that. I'm not ready yet. I want to bring in...
Well. Return to us when you have made your preparations.
Yes, I'm going to save, first off, and then I'm going to bring Delilah's Swan Song in with my other two Gladiuses so that I have a little bit of a combat fleet ready if the dirt hits the fan. Let's see, where should I put them at? Let's not put them in systems so that they don't go and hit the lightning and radiation stuff. Got Velvet Thunder. I'm in Velvet Thunder right now. Or I'm near Velvet Thunder. So, needs hardware and software. Tracks eye movement. Head and eye movement. So it may not work. Nister posted... Oh, Noster found a link specifically about X4 and Tobii. And they did this when Cradle of Humanity came out. So when the Terran stuff happened. Got to be kidding me. Wait a minute. That was... Hold on. Retro, that was you. Never mock your Pokemon catching again. What do you mean? Who mocked you? I wasn't mocking you. I was saying it was a sad day that you missed it. Oh, never mind. In context, I figured out. You found a link by... Yes, well, I didn't have time to do the X4 part. I was trying to search too fast. But because you found that link, that means that as soon as I am able to, I'm going to be using the Tobii eye tracking for X4. Just like I went and got Voice Attack. I was convinced to get Voice Attack. Now I'm going to get Tobii eye tracking. It's going to be fun. Right, Metamorph, I'm curious about this game. More loaded question is, how does this game compare to with SC? You think SC player would dig it? It's very interesting. I play SC because I love SF. And community cooperative play, start distracted gameplay. Oh, no, it's fine. That's what I'm here for, to answer questions. So I've also played Star Citizen. I've played Elite Dangerous. I've played EVE Online. I mean, goodness, name a space game, a simulation game, an X4 game, or a 4X strategy game that's in space, and I've played them all. But Nistor is right. If you love the cooperative play, you will miss that. There's no cooperative play in X4 currently. I think they're doing a lot of stuff. Maybe in a future X game could have it, but they had attempted a little bit of multiplayer-ish in this with excursions or ventures it was, where your ships could show up in another player's game, but you were never actually there interacting with it. This game, like Mr. said, is I'm not asking you to comment on that, Mr. Don't get me wrong. I'm just speculating based off of what I've heard from recent press conferences, not press, but version updates. But it is nearly 100% single player. The thing about it is it is a 4X game. So there's trading, there's crafting, there's building stations, there's combat, and there's faction alliances. You can build your own faction. You can go to war with other factions. Your faction can be at war with another faction entirely. You can side with one faction over another. This character I'm playing right now started out is a Terran. Started with the Terran start, and I'm playing him as a Terran through and through. Everything he does, if it doesn't further the Terran agenda, or if it hurts the Terran agenda, he won't do it. So that you do have all the options, but you do lose all the multiplayer aspects of it entirely. You're also not going to get, while we got first person here, there's no like carrying a rifle around or anything like that to board stations. You send NPCs to board station, well, not stations, but other ships. So that aspect is gone. This here, the only first person you get is to walk around a ship or a station, talk with them like this. All the actual action that you get is going to be from the pilot seat of a fighter or a capital ship or something like that. And stick around. We're about to activate this thing here, which I'm sure is going to make the CAC come out after us, and I'll be jumping into my fighter. Probably switch between my fighter and my capital ship a little bit, so you can get to see some of that. Marcus is pretty good all around. Pretty good battles, story and trade. Yep. Definitely quite easy to start. Yep. There's a learning curve. Yeah, there's a learning curve. It's different from most of the other games out there. Small team feels that way at times. Right, marker focus towards late game. That's what. Yeah, small team feels that way sometimes, but X4 is definitely a step up from all the others. It's an Empire Sim in space where you can happen to fly spaceships sometimes. Yes, although it's not sometimes you fly them. You can fly them more often than I do, actually. You could.
There you are. Shall we initiate proceedings?
Yes, I've saved my game. I have my
Science team,
capital ship on the way.
Authorization. You are green to go.
All right, they're going to pop this off, and I'm sure the CAC are going to show up, and then we're going to have to be in a fight for our lives, basically.
Uploading frequency profile as signal template. Oh yes, the change in energy signature is immediately detectable.
Indubitably, the signal you helped extract activated something within the gate's mechanism.
I can confirm that we can interface with the jump gate. It appears that we can input basic commands.
All of this seems to indicate that I really am onto something with the cipher hypothesis. The cadence of the blue giant's radiation output acts as a sort of key.
Introduce energy now.
Affirmative.
Stay on guard, everyone. Explorer, get back out there. Maintain a secure perimeter around the jump gate.
Yep, here we go.
Hello.
I am a more skillful pilot than you might expect.
Yeah, that's why when he was like, oh, should we do it now? And I was like, nope, I'm not doing it yet.
As expected.
And here they are.
Oh,
CAC
no,
as expected.
and with such calamitous timing.
Target near hostile.
Targeting.
Guard.
All right,
Superficial damage.
here we go. Chat, I'm going to be ignoring you for a little bit, probably. Just forewarning. There we go. Not yet. Target nearest hostile.
Protector.
Didn't work. Target nearest hostile.
Locking target.
Target nearest hostile.
Locking on.
Guard.
Let's go for a different view, shall we? I cannot fight well at that view. Target nearest hostile.
Locking weapons.
Target nearest hostile.
Locking target.
Oh, he's not the nearest anymore. Did I got hit by lightning? Come on. Target nearest hostile.
Targeting.
Target nearest hostile.
Target locked.
I'm covering you.
You're covering. I'm the one covering you. What are you talking about? Okay.
Container.
Why are there so many right here?
Protector.
Target nearest hostile.
Targeting.
Guard.
Target nearest hostile. I've not been getting my loot. Target nearest hostile.
Queen's
Locking on.
Guard.
You were expecting to beat me easily, but you were mistaken.
Target nearest hostile.
Protector.
Nearest threat.
I'm about to lose my shields.
Protector.
Target nearest hostile.
Protector.
Locking weapons.
Target nearest hostile.
Low critical.
Locking on.
Okay. Shields, come back, please. Target nearest hostile.
Locking target.
Gotcha. Target nearest hostile.
Weapons locked.
Target nearest hostile.
Weapons locked.
Forager.
And they got some range. Target nearest hostile.
Protector.
Nope.
Locking target.
Override. Target nearest hostile.
Weapons locked.
Oh, that one's gone. Is that it? No, there's a couple left out there. Target nearest hostile.
Weapons locked.
How far is he? He's almost dead. Target nearest hostile.
Nearest threat.
Got me to worry about him even? Target nearest hostile.
Locking target.
Everyone, fall back. Regroup at my position.
Alright.
Wayfinder.
Am I allowed to dock? Request docking?
Request approach vectors.
Docking granted.
Vectors received.
Oh, cutscene. Okay.
Awaiting orders. A giant spike in radiation.
Well, this is certainly new.
I need to find somewhere to dock and repair it. Yeah, this ship cannot repair me though.
Everything. All scans seem to indicate regular
Maybe
jump
there's
gate function.
repair on the other side of the jump gate.
Incredible. It really does appear as though we managed to establish a connection between two gates.
What have I missed?
But does it lead to Kingdom End?
It's basically, as long as they don't attack while I'm doing that.
Fleet, move out.
Wait! There is an energy flux.
And transition is achieved. Green lights across the board. No immediate danger detected. Oh my goodness! There's a fleet of Commonwealth ships, right here. Greetings, friends. Please tell me you are with the Alliance of the Word.
We are indeed.
Judging by the equipment surrounding this gate, would it be presumptuous to imagine that you had a hand in activating the jump gate from this side?
With the help of the local boron population, yes.
How very impressive. Our scientists have been endeavoring to achieve this for countless times, but to no avail.
Yeah.
Then suddenly,
First time
without
doing the
warning,
Kingdom End story.
something changed, and we were able to interface with the jump gate.
Yes, we've just made the
No,
significant breakthrough that
no
puts
spoilers.
everything together.
Cryptic hints
Simply
only
must share your findings with us.
to make me worry
In
about
the
what's about to
meantime,
happen.
We will harden the gate defensive positions and establish patrols. And of course, our most venerable and beloved Queen Polyphides wishes to receive you and your subordinates to thank you for all you have achieved.
It would be an honor.
I'm not a
We will also
subordinate.
need to
I'm a
instigate
mercenary.
ties with the local administration. I may be able to assist in that regard, and I cannot deny how thrilled I would be to come aboard as ambassador to my long-lost Boron brethren.
Yes, I did. Before X4, X3
Explore. You and Bozo Ta were pivotal
was
to
my
the
space
success
game.
of this
That
entire
was it.
undertaking. It would only be right for the two of you to join me in my audience with the Queen.
Me? Meet the Queen? This is also overwhelming.
Just to have an audience with Her Majesty. I'm gonna go find a place to repair.
Docking aborted.
Yes, docking aboard.
Entering system.
Goodness.
Kingdom End.
New system altogether. Make your way to Kingdom End, the achievement thing in Steam. Taking nostalgia with us to the KE thing. Yes. Yes. X3, man, was like the best space game. When we didn't have X4. Pardon me for my misspeaking there. Why did it do that? Oh, voice attack heard back. X3 was great. I really tried to like the one after X3. Actually, I'm sorry. I would have to say X3 Terran Conflict would be the one that was like I spent the most time in. X3 Terran Conflict. Not I didn't spend as much time in the base game, but Terran Conflict was like on point. I really loved it. And then I really tried to enjoy the next one that we do not talk about. But I'm glad that it was there as a stepping stone, because the best elements of it made it here, and then the best elements of X3 made it here, making this the perfect space game. Until Starfield comes out, we'll see. We'll see what changes, if anything. All right. Do you happen to have...
Boron defense platform.
It's just a defense platform. I don't think I'm going to get any repairs there. Am I? No. There's a weapons facility. All right, let's just follow.
Autopilot engaged.
Autopilot.
Autopilot enabled.
Disengaged. Autopilot engaged.
X2, X3, X3 Terran conflict, X3 AP. Albion Prelude, yeah. Rebirth, and now X4. Yeah, Rebirth is the one we don't talk about. It's the one that shall not be named. Except that we've already named it so many times now, so I guess it doesn't matter. All right, Metamorph, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you coming in and chatting with us. I hope we answered a lot of your questions. It's getting late over here in Sweden as well. I'll be getting off soonish, but we do X4 every Monday and sporadically throughout the rest of the week as well. So happy to have you anytime you can make it. We'll see you next time. Have a good night. Landing in TC was the flyer. Feeding class 4 scouts into furball of combat and hoover up all the missiles. Yeah, that would work. That would work. Yeah, you be well as well, Meadowworth. We'll see you next time. Enjoy. Yeah, Terran conflict was really it was the best one. Let's see what I did buy. I have all the X games now. There were at some point in time this sale was on. Is like you get every single X game for whatever the bundle price was. So I have them all. But how do you go back to extension or X, for that matter? How do you go back to X after playing X4? The gathering of the missiles was scary, because you're not only you're gathering missiles, hope they don't explode when you suck them into your cargo bay, but you're also dodging laser fire from all the other ships around there. That reminds me a little bit of that's something I do in Elite Dangerous. I would go to those conflict zones and I'd just wait around for ships to blow up. Occasionally I would get hit.
Stars.
I still cannot believe it. Kingdom End. In my lifetime. Look how beautiful it is. And we did it. We established the connection. And we are summoned by the Queen, no less.
What a marvelous turn of events indeed. And it is reassuring to see the seat of Boron civilization faring so well. They have weathered isolation far better than the provinces. That is for certain. A strong economy, political stability, no signs of strife or unrest. They seem to be at peace. Now we can finally bring the provinces adrift back into the fold. And my people can finally share in that sweet tranquility.
You went from X3 or X2 to X3, then back to X2. I was like, oh no. Even though X2 had a feature that you really liked, you still it's amazing what graphics do. So I mean, even without the feature that you wanted in X3, you still went kind of stuck with X3 because the graphics were better. And of course, yeah, Terran conflict was just the best one. Yeah, hoover up junk. I mean, you do what you got to make money. I know a way to make money in X4, just like simple. I'm avoiding it because it's what I've always done for this character. This character is avoiding it as much as possible. But I would say, on average, if I started a brand new character and just did what I knew that makes money, I'd have close to a billion credits within the first 6 hours of gameplay. Such a never had machine for X3 back in the day. Oh man. Yeah, that's unfortunate. The Pirate Blast Claw.
Entering Kingdom End.
I don't think I remember. Here's the problem. I played X3, Terran Conflict, tons and tons and tons. But always on the open play. I never played any of the story. Not once. Or the Pirate Kestrel. Yes, the Pirate Kestrel was nice. Yes. Oh, I really enjoyed... I do it in this game too, anytime I can. Going around and finding the abandoned ships. The first thing I did in every single new playthrough of X3 was to go and get that yacht. I don't remember the name of it now, but the yacht was always like awesome. Yeah, they've really changed the roles of some of the ships in X4, but that's okay. They're still all good. All right, looks like we're docking at a capital ship. I'll stop.
Engines 0 thrust.
Disengage.
I'll stop.
Set 0 speed.
Stop. Okay. So we're gonna get up, and we're gonna do. I don't remember who suggested it, but
Gladius.
repair laser. Yeah, if everything can kill you, speed is what you want for sure. I remember I used the Discoverer a lot. The Buster and the Discoverer in X3. It's my two, like if I just wanted to fly around somewhere, that's what I would jump into. I don't remember what capital ships I preferred in X3. It's been a while since I played it. The Hyperion. Talking about the yacht. Do you have a picture of it? We're gonna pause and click this link. Oh, right. Yeah, you got the model there of the Kestrel. Yep. Let's not up into ship. Hey, they need to work on the control of the spacesuit. Yeah, that looks familiar. That looks like it. Like it. Oh, that was too much. I need an all stop for the spacesuit. I liked it because couldn't it carry a small fighter on board as well? There we go. That's not right in my eye. Or yours. Nothing beats discovering new ships, yeah. You know, there are on the Nexus, there are some mods that bring back the X3 ships. They've ported them over, all their stats and everything. No, I don't think they do. Or if they do, they just got some like the default sharing them with other ships that have similar internals. Alright, I'll repair it up.
Docking granted.
Some on-the-fly maintenance there. I suppose it wasn't really on the fly, but it was more than half the hull.
Elias Vigilance.
Request docking.
Request docking clearance.
Docking granted.
On the float.
Vectors
maintenance.
received.
Okay, so I love the new docking with the boron. You just line up on the outside of the ship, get lined up, and then get sucked in. I love it.
Successfully docked.
I love that. That is just awesome.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Things about lit queues. Adds these super ships. Hold on. What is? All right, I'm gonna have to look at this. It's a mod for X3. Okay. I'll look into it later. But added. No, let's go check out the briefing room real quick. I haven't seen a boron briefing room yet. Oh, this is nice. And then you get in here, it's like it loses the whole aesthetic. It's like organic, Terran. Yeah. One ship goes through. Oh goodness, that sounds like the Xenon Eye. Yeah, definitely would give you a sense of awe there for sure. Now this is better. You got the whole the boron aesthetic all the way through.
For Her Royal Highness, the benevolent and wise Queen Polyphides.
Greetings, travelers. It is our great pleasure as reigning monarch of the Queendom of Boron to receive you all in this historic moment. Our royal steward positively gushed with praise for his
Was
allies.
it worse than the Xenon? Man, I can't imagine.
I wish to thank each one of you who was so critical in bringing these long-lost systems back into the fold. First, Numunkaret, fearless leader, without whose vision and doggedness an expedition of such scale would never have been possible. You have our deepest gratitude.
You are most welcome, Your Majesty.
That's a
The
lot.
pursuit of knowledge and unity is my paramount drive. I could no more relinquish
I don't
the
think I'd
task
want to
than
do a
I could
mod that
cease
put
breathing.
that dangerous of a ship in there.
Nila T, our loyal subject and long-lost kinswoman. You have done your utmost to maintain the safety and security of the Severed Realm, despite hardship and adversity. And Steward Leader informs us that not for one moment did you let the dream of Kingdom End die. You have our deepest gratitude.
It is such an honor to be here, Your Grace. Just to be here, to see the home planet, is all the reward I will ever need.
And now for the prodigal spawn, Bozo Tar.
How did Bozo Tar get
a
here?
whole lifetime away from home, isolated from all fellow Boron in the most unimaginable manner. And yet, you did not let these dreadful circumstances deter you.
I haven't researched it that
Welcome
far.
home, Bozo Tar.
It's only one sector away right now.
Please forgive me. I have no words.
That's insane. That's too powerful. I wouldn't put that on. I wouldn't put that kind of mod in my game. That'd make it too difficult to and no longer enjoyable.
Of course,
really.
there is you, the most
To me.
resourceful, courageous explorer. We have been informed that your grit and
So
fortitude
she calls me
were the
explorer.
backbone of this venture. Without your endeavors, it is doubtful that the Boron of Kingdom End would now be reunited with their brethren, or the Commonwealth at large. We thank you from the deepest well of our being.
You're welcome. Discount unlocked. Reputation gained. You now be treated as friend at stations belonging to the Queendom. Alright. You're welcome, Your Highness.
Now, Numankaret, we expect that you and your science team will be quite busy for some time to come, exchanging your findings with our own scientists and making sense of all that has occurred here. Yet still, we have a favor to ask of you. It has been a long time since we last shared the network
Isn't that
with
typical
other
of politicians?
species. We
It's like,
ask
thank you,
that
but I still have
use
another
your
favor to ask.
expertise to coordinate a mission to reach out to our old allies and adversaries. Let them know that the Boron of Kingdom End have returned.
I would be honored to oversee such an undertaking, and I already know the perfect candidate to take up these emissarial duties. Explorer, what do you say?
Of course we will accept. It presents a unique opportunity to explore every corner of the network.
We can only thank all of you again. You are great friends to our people. But
I do remember the cloaking
we are
ship.
afraid that we must ask you all to take your leave. Our royal duties cannot be postponed any longer. Farewell, dear friends of Boron.
This concludes the
Huh.
royal audience. Our
Interesting.
honored guests, you are invited to hold your inaugural mission briefing at the designated venue.
Please follow me.
And now we go to the briefing room. Yeah, so I knew he was going to be like, oh, the Explorer is going to be the one that's going to go and tell everybody. And then Bosata, it's like, accepts for us. It's like, why? I don't know. I mean, we had most of the ones we got now. Did we have more? I don't really remember it all that clearly. Like I said, I mostly did not play any story. Yeah, speculate, and we're kind of speculating on the gate builders here, the jump gate
Commence
builders.
with business matters. May I say that it is a great honor to work with you heralds on your royal mission.
Now I'm a
My
herald.
work is to provide you with the necessary information for your mission manager and to monitor your progress. Other than that, I will contact you should the need arise. Please make yourself familiar with your mission manager by activating the training mission we have prepared.
I'm already familiar with the mission manager. Why am I getting new tutorials? Alright, let's read it anyway, because maybe it's different. Current mission now contains multiple parallel submissions. You can track the status of each... Yeah, I know how to do submissions already. That's... I've been doing submissions for quite some time.
Very well. Over the course of this endeavor, there will be multiple missions for you to choose from.
Is it?
While it is your duty to complete all missions, the order in which you pursue them is a matter for your own discretion. You are now ready to embark upon your voyage. As mentioned, I will update your mission manager and contact you should the need arise. But for now, you will be left to your own devices. I shall return to the expedition to oversee
This one,
the science
okay.
team. So much data to pore over. So many questions still unanswered. You have performed a great service to the scientific community. Thank you. See it through thoroughly to completion, and you will be the pride of the Queendom.
Renowned friend, which assignment did you receive?
A Bofu delivered to
To
Bosata.
a boron scientist? Surely they have a convenient supply of Bofu secured. I am afraid you may have drawn the short straw. A mere courier assignment. I am responsible for establishing a defense treaty with the Argon Federation. I wish you the best of luck. Farewell, dear friend.
Yep, bye-bye. Yeah, unlock social play. I've only done the regular start, and then this is the first time I ever doing the Terran one. Yeah, I don't remember any of them being locked for me right now, because when I went to start this one, I had all of the starts was an option for me. We have some messages to read. Nope, I had it open. Kingdom promotion ceremony. We can do that soon. Wayfinder debrief, right? Let's mark all that as red. Giant preparations, teleportation range, province of drift, construction, and historical logs. Gonna do that. Let's do this first. Return to my ship.
Gladius.
Hello there.
Undock.
Preparing ship for departure, spooling engines, bringing systems online. All systems go. You have the controls, sir.
That. The side swiping with the ship. Autopilot.
Engaging autopilot.
Engaged.
Is this a wharf? It is a wharf, right? Yes, I can restock my missiles finally. Voice tech might need volume tweak. Which direction? Up or down? Down. Wish you could run some systems on the destroyers. Oh, what systems on destroyers? What's this at? 60? 60 there as well. We'll see how that works.
Short range transporter. Civilian ship. B. Boron Wharf.
Request docking.
Request approach vectors.
Docking granted.
Approach confirmed.
Is that better, Retro? Sweet. Run some. Oh, I see what you're talking about. System mission, the hack. Yeah. That could be interesting. Yeah, I brought the volume level that it sends over to the stream down to the same level that the game sends to the stream. So it should be pretty much the same.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard.
Close support, special ships on all. Well, you could, I mean, drone hackers, of course, is nothing, but the close support stuff and everything you could do. It'll take some setup with.
Gladius.
Why am I getting? Oh, I got the promotion thing. It takes a little bit of setup, but it's doable with the right commands and everything. See
We have
rank.
been watching your accomplishments with great interest.
I'm sure this
and
is
believe you
all.
deserve a reward for it.
I can't
I am
click through it.
pleased to present you with a new rank within the Queendom. You will find that this rank comes with wondrous benefits. These benefits are tied to the rank, so if you lose the
It sounds a
rank,
lot like
the
him, doesn't it?
benefits will go too. But with your character, I am sure we have nothing to worry about. I hope you find these rewards
Well,
acceptable. Please make the
Marcus,
most
it
of
sounds.
them.
I mean,
You
those are
may
some
now
good
find that
ideas.
Certain organizations within the Boron Queendom will take interest in
Oh, so boo.
rejoining their ranks. Once again, I thank you for your continued efforts.
He's a brother or
Forward to
cousin.
working with you more in the future. Pleasant travel.
Check mods, Marcus. Some of the things you're talking about, I was like, I recognize those being as something that's available in some mods. Some of those things, not all of it, but the shield support one sounds very familiar. Like, I think there's a mod out there that allows one ship to help bolster another ship's shields. I don't know if there's, because that's that one, engineering, engine performance shunting, that sounds more, yeah, power regulation. I don't know if there's a mod for that. But that is something that, like,
Hello there.
could be really cool to mess with. Who knows? Maybe X5 will do that. Heck, if they just took X4, ported it over to the next game engine, Unreal 5, whatever, and instead of rebuilding everything, just keep all the same ships and all that, change some stories around, and add on top of it some of these things like you're talking about. I wouldn't even need the map to be different. I wouldn't need the factions to be different. Maybe most of my playthroughs, I don't even need the story to be different because I don't do the story that often. Hold up, Retro. Because I'm thinking that's what they would do. Is bolster this one. What poll? Because I've missed the poll. I've not been in touch with all the news. Do you have a link to the poll? Even if it's not open anymore, but like what it was about, what was it asking? That's what players wanted. Okay. Yeah, I would just like to see what the options were and what got chosen the most. I'm curious now. Because that would be something I would be perfectly happy with. It's like, here's a great core game and just keep adding to it. It's similar to how MMOs run. Why can't that be done for a single player game? Let it just continue to get new DLC constantly instead of building entirely a new game all the time. Burned. Okay, Marcus. I can see you got tons and tons of ideas. Maybe the last one, the air circulation, scrubbing, waste treatment, maybe we're getting a little too realistic there. All right, I'm going to check this out. And burned. Who's burned? I don't know the names of any of the developers over there aside from one name that I know from Twitch here. Say that we've been more export content. Is burned like CEO? May need to copy paste. Oh no, it worked for me. All right, so let's look at some of this. You know what? It is X4 related. It's just tab. Yes, that's the tab. Let's do this for a moment. Founder CEO. Okay, boss man. Nice. Hull breaches would be cool. So they got all this, and here's the questions. So how many hours have you invested in your most advanced save game so far? 7% is more than 500. Only 5% is less than 5. So everybody, the majority falls in 100 and 500. I would have to look and see. Oh, I disabled the Windows key. Steam. Let's go library. There we go. I'm almost at 500. I'm playing until I hit 500 tonight. 2 more hours. 1 more hour. Yeah, 1 more hour. I'm going to hit 500 tonight. How many times have you played? Got 3,000. Goodness. How many times have you played? Have you started a new game? Oh, I'm in the top bracket there. More than 10 times. Majority of people are 2 to 4. Which gameplay element of X4 do you enjoy the most? Trading, the economy. Yep, that's me. Fighting in battles is second for me, but I'm definitely, I love the trading and the economy side of it. Free exploration design. The design and fighting are probably close for second. Would you like to be able to play X4 with friends? Yes. Yes. And then there's the 2 majorities is yes and doesn't matter. If you're interested in multiplayer options, what would I do look like? I think that's right. Online co-op over MMO. 2,990. Goodness, Marcus. Do you play any other games? It doesn't look like you play any other game. You just play. Yeah, MMO would turn into Eve. I do not want another Eve at all. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Retro. Online co-op is the way to go, I think, with this. No Eve level stuff, just online co-op. Maybe something like how these survival games do. You can have a server with a private group of friends that can jump in. Up to 8 players maybe at the most. How satisfied are you with X4 today? 5 has been completely, 1 being not at all. That's not bad. 61% out of 4. I'd have to say I'm at a 4 as well. How satisfied are you with your game performance on your hardware? Oh, at this point I'm at a 5. I just upgraded my hardware, so I'm good to go. Do you use game modifications when playing? Yes. That's actually that's a split I didn't expect. I figured there'd be more, but it's actually much closer to almost a 50-50 split there. Stationeers at 800. Yeah, so you play X4. You're an X4 man. If you've used mods in X4, how many mods are you currently using? I'm probably in the more than 5. Why do you use them? To improve the game elements that bother me. Quality of life balance. Yep. I don't do anything. I've stopped adding stuff. I'm just balancing stuff that I feel like needs to be balanced. Fallout 4 is a good one. That's a good one to be in. HOTAS. 83% of people use mouse and keyboard. I find that hard to believe. Say, why? It's a space game. Use the joystick. Yep, bought expansions. I own all the expansions. Okay. Okay, here's what we like. I like this. In several articles and news items this year, as we mentioned, we've not yet reached the end of our journey with X4, and looking forward to telling you more about the short and medium-term future of the game as soon as we're ready to do so. That's awesome. That is awesome. I'm going to hold on to that. I can read more of that article later on. Let's turn that off. And back to game. Come on. There we go. A good mouse. Wait, I did not turn it off. There we go. Okay. I mean, some sticks are. And yeah, you're right, Nestor. There are some people who play on the map a lot. I think I'm probably... I do play on the map a whole lot on my other campaigns. There are some days where I pull up X4 and I play on the map and I don't pull out my joystick, so I get that part, but when I actually am flying a ship, I couldn't do it without the joystick. Alright, set this to active. Deliver 50 units of Bofu to Grand Exchange headquarters. Alright, where am I going to find a Bofu at? Do they have Bofu here? No. And the reward is going to be Bosata's Undying Gratitude. Is that really worth it? Oh, come on. B-O-F-U. Bofu, it's only bought there. Sold over here. There we go. At this station. Start guidance. Undock.
Preparing ship for departure. Spooling engines. Bringing systems online. Board is green.
I have to convince your friends to switch
You
their
have the
roles.
controls, sir.
It's on your mouse. Yeah. Motion mouse. Hotkeys. Autopilot.
Engaging autopilot.
Engaged.
The Nister flies unfluidly with the stick. Autopilot flies unfluidly with the stick. Yep, that's a Bosata reward for you for sure. Hey, Nister. So, alright, you don't... Oh, I didn't buy missiles. Somebody remind me to buy missiles the next time I dock at a wharf, please. I totally spaced on it again. That was the side of the thing. Why, autopilot? Why are you trying to kill me? So, Mister, you don't like the mouse. Is there a way? So you were talking about you hate working with a mouse. You prefer to code yesterday when I was watching your paint stream. Would there be a way that you could pilot the ship using just the keyboard, just coding? No joystick, no mouse, just coding. Do you think you could figure out a way to do that? Sometimes it doesn't do that to me on auto. Occasionally it does everything perfectly right, but today it's just been bad. Yeah, there are keyboard bindings for everything. But would it be...
Entering reflected star.
Because I imagine for most things that is like keyboard, mouse.
Receiving broadcast message.
You switch...
Dear passing pilots of assorted heritage and disposition, by the grace of Her Majesty the Queen, it is our privilege to aid the reintegration of the provinces adrift into the venerable and resilient Queendom of Boron. Regrettably, there appears to be an ongoing misunderstanding with the inhabitants of this otherwise picturesque sector. I hereby call upon your civil courage and request that you join us.
Okay, I guess that was the end of the broadcast. I mean, I suppose we could allow voice command. But I'm just thinking, like, in an actual combat situation, a dogfight, could you adequately and effectively win the dogfight using just the keyboard? All right, what is the idea, Nister? I'm curious. I like new game ideas. Coding up spaceship control computers. So you're thinking on the lines of Star Trek? Kind of like X0X10C was meant to be. You've lost me there. I'm gonna have to look that up. Is that something I can look up and it'll be easy to figure out? I need to not lose that. I tell you, you shouldn't have found that Toby thing for X4. I'm definitely gonna be. I'm gonna have to get that. Shouldn't have found that for me. That's money I'm gonna spend. Unfinished sandbox science fiction video game preview. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's interesting. What about expand style would be cool. Okay, yeah, and I found the wiki for it. It looks interesting. There was another one. Artemis. Artemis. Artemis spaceship. Yeah. This is the one. That one. I have that one. I played that with, at the time, it was my fiance and my parents. We all set up laptops, my parents and I, and my fiance was still here in Sweden. And we played that. Interfaces are very Star Trek-ish.
Disengaged.
It's like reprogramming the ECU of your car. Right. Okay. That's a computer. It just works, right? Hey, you're starting to sound like Todd Howard. It just works.
Docking granted.
But you recode it to like increase the throttle amounts. It might end up overheating engines. Oh, okay. Automod's telling you off when you haven't sent anything. What is Automod telling you? Because I'm not seeing anything over here about Automod doing anything. And is it Twitch Automod or Streamlabs Automod?
Successfully docked.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard.
Right, so in this or that, I mean, in a way, that kind of sounds like doing, what was up with my chat view there? Oh, that's what happened. I turned that on. Turn that off. That's what happened earlier. It's almost like overclocking. In a way. It's like everything works with the base install, and then you overclock it to make things go faster, and it could heat up, like you said. That's interesting. That would definitely be interesting. All right, Marcus. Pulsar looks kind of nice. Fire control. But I have Pulsar. I have not played it yet. I'll have to play that. Fire control is I think that would be cool to have that. They have Bofu, but they're not selling Bofu.
You are in Her Majesty's service, I see. How very commendable. It
No,
is
I'm
of
not.
the utmost urgency that this modest Bofu delivery arrives at my facility. Please deliver the consignment and then meet with me immediately thereafter. I have marked a Bofu chemical lab station, which sells Bofu. But feel free to find a more lucrative trade source.
Mission interrupted. New mission activated.
Well, thank you,
Hello.
Bosota, for just taking over everything like you always do.
Can I help?
No.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'm trying to take over the ship. Undock.
Preparing ship for departure. Spooling engines. Bringing systems online.
Retro, which auto mod
Board is
is
green.
messing with you? And
The
what
ship
did it
is
tell
yours,
you?
Commander.
Autopilot.
Autopilot enabled.
Engaged.
And yeah, you thank you for telling me chat was up twice. I totally messed up when I was trying to turn off things. Your message is being checked by mods and it's not been seen yet. I don't have anything waiting. Unless it was... No, Chad's up twice is there. On this side. Okay. I don't know. I've been having trouble with some of the auto mods. I got most of the Streamlab one worked out. I finally gave up. Everybody can push links anytime. It's up to the individual user to click on the link or not. Because the link protection was just way too greedy. It's like if you put a period in your sentence and forgot to put a space afterwards, blocked. That was ridiculous. So, I'm still trying to work it out. I try to keep up with it over here now. Now that my hardware's upgraded, I can actually have the stream manager over here instead of on my iPad. So we'll try to keep that fixed.
Entering reflected stars.
Let's see, go up. That's not the inventory I wanted. Games. Trying to see if I can figure out, because I don't remember if I played X3 through Steam or not. Because I had the physical disc at one point. Yeah, I played it with the physical disc for the most part. And then Steam picked it up. I've only got 62 hours on Steam on X3 with Terran Conflict. But I had that
Autopilot.
on the physical disc for a very long time.
Bofu Chemical Lab.
Request docking.
Request approach vectors.
Docking granted.
Approach confirmed.
Hello there. I see you are making progress with the Bofu delivery
Oh,
assignment.
yeah.
How wonderful.
Yep, I've got... I didn't bring them with me to Sweden because I moved here about 2 years ago now.
Mission completed. New mission activated.
What was I going to do? I do not remember now. So I'm going to check on something. I need to get Delilah. You stay there. Shipyard. There's a wharf. Let's get our Mako over here and repaired. Oh, I don't have a pilot on it. Figures. I'll figure that out some other time then. Let's go. Deliver
Preparing
this to...
ship for departure. Spooling engines. Bringing systems online. Board is green.
Docking granted.
The ship is yours,
Autopilot
Commander.
Engaged.
Goodness, stop messing with me.
Autopilot
There, okay.
engaged.
Yeah, I had physical discs for
Docking
several hundred
aborted.
games. Okay, I've heard of the game. I have not played that one. I played the first game I played. It's either System Shock 2 or Elder Scrolls Morrowind. I do not remember which one I played first because I played both of them at a friend's house originally. And then my parents got a hold of a computer that would actually play those games. And I was able to borrow them from that friend. But one of those two, that's what I was going to do. I was going to look at the messages. They're sitting there teasing me. Got new licenses in the Boron. Yeah, live channels for stuff. Origin Systems Ultima 4. Oh, wow. Yeah. 89, 90.
Entering towering wave.
Desert. Yeah, I wasn't playing yet then. Let's see, when did I start playing? Must have been 95 when I started playing. I'm in 87. I was born in 87, so I was not quite ready to play anything in 90. Carrier Command. You know, I actually went back and played that one time. Knew it was old, but it had the whole idea of like the carrier command. The concept of commanding a carrier was awesome. So I played it for like an hour. Maybe less. Yeah. But now I play Carrier Command in X4 when I have enough money to buy a carrier. All right, we're at 499.1 hours. I don't have to take anybody to work or to school in the morning, so I can stay up a little bit later. Make sure I get to 500 hours. Oh, goodness. What was that? That wasn't even... I know it probably was actually 8-bit, but that's like... I looked at them today, and I'm like, I could not play those now. I want to, because I'm a huge Star Trek fan, but I couldn't.
The homeworld scientists apparently set up a similar energy input system to our own. But their capacity is simply tremendous.
Our blueprints were, of course, based on the theories that they shared with us in their transmission.
I'll just save it. Painting progress today. Painted the base and stuck the Tiladi feet onto it. And put gloss varnish to that. Very nice.
So that should not come as a surprise.
Now they are shiny.
Between jump gates requires staggering quantities of resources.
I'm sure it was. The Star Trek games.
Resources need not be equally balanced between the gate loci. Thankfully, the Boron have been laying the groundwork for our breakthrough for decades. We suspected that was the case. Hope so even, but until now, we could not be entirely certain.
Okay. So we're still going to get a lot of conversation about this whole reconnecting to Kingdom N. Don't you love the jobs where it's like the actual job you get done in a few minutes and you just sit around and you do stuff. Still being productive. I mean, you're still productive, right? expanding your own knowledge of the world. Nister, I've been meaning to ask you, are you, by any chance, a fan of Firefly? Or Serenity, as depending on if you saw the movie or the TV show first. Plotters, these web drafters. Firefly. I love Firefly. Captain Malcolm Reynolds. Nister is always saying shiny, stay shiny, fly shiny. Alright, I thought you might be. Because it's most people would not use shiny the way you use it. Saw the movie first and didn't like it. Probably because it relies too much on the TV show. Yep. Yep. I started with the TV show, fortunately. Yes, there is a mod for it. It's not that great, though, unfortunately. There was one in X3 as well that I used thoroughly.
Entering system. Great Reef.
That's one show that I would not mind getting a remake of. Reboot, maybe. I don't know which term to use there. But I think it could do really well. It never should have been canceled. You would? Yeah, I mean, I think the fans are probably split on it. There's enough of us that are like, we wanted to see it, and there's some of us that don't. You don't think they could? I mean, we still have Joss Whedon with us. We've still got Joss Whedon. I think he could pull it off. The problem is we don't have Ron Glass anymore. Although he was killed off in the movie, but... couldn't live up to it. Couldn't live up to expectations. That would be the problem, is expectations. That would be the biggest problem. I feel at times that the Mandalorian TV show
Barren Shores
is probably the closest we're going to get to it, because Firefly was basically it's a Western in space. That was Joss Whedon's whole idea. Yeah, and I thought he said he wanted to at one point. Maybe he's changed his mind since last time I heard him talk about it. But the idea of it, like Western in space, that was the idea. And the Mandalorian is like probably the closest in spirit we're going to get to the whole Western in space. I did watch Castle, and yes, I loved it. I loved it. My favorite scene is when he goes down. They're at a sci-fi convention, and so they got what's his name? Wash, the pilot from Firefly, is also guest starring. So they're at a sci-fi convention, and it's one of the popular shows is a Firefly-esque show. And when he's putting on his blue gloves, he does the whole 2x2 as he puts his gloves on. And then there's so many Easter eggs in that one episode, because they're at a convention, a murder scene at a convention. Yes, Nathan Fillion dressed in his Mal for Halloween. Sandman 5003, thank you for following. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Watch Castle. Nathan dressed as Mal. Josh is saying one thing. Let's just keep the buzz going. Josh is saying one thing but you have to see that he wants to keep the buzz. I don't understand that one, Marcus. What do you mean? Oh yeah. He wouldn't want to deal with him. They don't like dealing with him. There's so much controversy about Joss Whedon now, which is kind of weird, because there are some people that are just like, don't want to have anything to do with him anymore, and then you get others like Nathan Fillion hasn't said the first thing about Joss Whedon being mean or anything like that, but then you get some of the people from Buffy are like, oh, he was a horrible person. I'm like, well, who do I believe? What? There are no cows in space. 2. Did you wear that like 5 years ago? I like it. Yes. Yes. Did anybody see Con Man?
Entering system. Watchful gaze.
A little series that the actor that played Wash put on. I cannot remember his name for the life of me right now. Yeah, you did need the cash behind it to make it work. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. It's on the one hand, he would love to if the executives, the cash and everything was there. If you had the perfect storm, he would do it. But on the other hand, he's like, practically, no. It's practically not going to happen in a practical sense. I would be even, I think at this point, because I agree for the most part with you guys, like the expectation for it would be too high. So it wouldn't meet the expectation. And, yeah, the executives and everything are probably not going to go for it. But I would be willing even to go for a new TV show that's based in the Firefly universe. A different crew, different story and everything, but just in that universe, I think would be really cool. See what you posted here, mister. Very nice. Yeah, I'm seeing the whole, like, the lack of scales on his face is a bit distracting. But the paint job is really good. That paint job is really good. OSL. Oh, right, the origin. Let me look at that. Maybe get a little bit darker with it. Yeah, I think the helmet will definitely help with the whole, like, oh, the scales on the face. Prequels are better from a legal perspective. Expand on that, Marcus. Because I don't understand where legality comes into it there. Are we talking like real world legals or in-universe legal stuff? Yeah, I think it's just a little bit darker on where it comes out from it. I think it just went too light on the when it came off of where the origin point. Too light, too quick. All right, let's see here. The Baldric should be, yeah, you're over here now. So let's assign you. Let's give you a permanent assignment over here. A temporary permanent assignment. To fill shortages. Now let's do local auto trade. No, that's not going to work. Fill shortages. Let's do that. Add all wares.
Entering system. Heretics end.
Confirm. And let's see if that will allow it to fill the quest I have over there. Let's go back to where I am. How far are we going? Still got several jumps to go. Goodness. Delilah, I need your crew roster. Let's take a... I got some elite Marines on board there. Awesome. Let's take this guy. Call him. Work somewhere else for me. I want you on the Mako. As the captain, so I can have that ship go and get repairs. Some studios make a film simply to keep the rights of intellectual property. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Example is Star Trek, CBS. But which film did they do that with? I could think of a couple where they would have done that. They make rules, intellectual property has to jump through. This is, on one hand, to keep it theirs, on the other hand, to make it as costly as possible to make. Trademarks are protected as long as the work is not public domain. Which, well, that's a trick that Disney uses as well. They are constantly renewing their stuff so that, like Mickey Mouse and everything. Mickey Mouse should have went into public domain decades ago. But Disney's good at not letting their stuff go away. Let's get that repaired. That's good enough. I don't care about anything else on that right now. Keeping it in private hands, even if poor, is a win for them. Yeah, because if anybody really wants to use it, then they got to pay them to be able to use it. Steamboat Willie, yep. Yep. I saw that on, what was it? Adam Ruins Everything one time.
Entering system.
Where he talked about the
Morning
whole
Star.
copyright and trademarks and everything. Yeah. I don't know. I suppose, I mean, it depends on which side of that you're on. If you're actually the one that owns things, then yeah, that makes sense. That's why it's hard to remake. But it would be, I mean, you would think, well, who owns it right now? Does Fox still own it? And they're kind of suffering a little bit right now with viewership, right? Oh, wait, yes, they did, didn't they? Disney's got the money to do it. They've got the money to do it. But
awaiting orders.
But I'm sorry, I do not trust Disney to do good on Firefly. Yeah, no, Disney screwed Star Wars with their trilogy. I hated their trilogy. Solo, a Star Wars movie story, Star Wars story, that one was pretty good. Rogue One was good, but their trilogy, horrible. Mandalorian is good only because Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau are involved. Yeah, as soon as they take those two out, I don't know that Mandalorian will be good anymore. Same with Boba Fett and the Ahsoka series coming up. I don't know. Now that you've reminded me that Disney has Firefly, I'm like, no, leave it alone. We don't need anything new from Firefly. We have what we got. That's perfect. Don't touch it. Well, see, that's the thing. Disney, when they got Star Wars, why is Autopilot doing this?
Autopilot. Disengage. Autopilot. Engage.
Yeah. When Disney bought Star Wars, they said all the books that have ever been written, they're now legends. They're no longer canon. It's like, why? Why throw out all of that? And now they're just bringing it all back in. Well, some of it's being brought back in through Mandalorian and such, but it's like, why throw that? Why screw over all those books and authors? And now that, you know, Disney just does it. They do the move that's going to make them money. That's all they do. Retro, I didn't like Rogue One. Like some of the visuals and story from the trilogy, but they didn't have a good plan. I'd have to agree. I mean,
Entering system. Silent witness.
I'm split on Rogue One. Like 50% of it was really good, 50% of it was bad. This is Josh's head. Yeah, Disney's all about the merchandising. That looks better, Nister. That looks better. Maybe it might have a little bit to do with the lighting of the room as well, potentially. That's getting there. That's getting better. Ryan. Who's Ryan? Explain that one to me, Retro. Ryan tried something new, but no one liked it, so they bailed. Yeah, Disney's all about the merchandise. I mean, there's the little furball things on the planet they found Luke on, purely for merchandising. I just can't name any of the characters.
18 billion.
Oh, from Rogue One, nobody's stuck. Yeah. Except for the guy that went on, Desi Arnaz's face. I don't know Desi Arnaz. Don't know that one. The guy from Rogue One that died with Jyn Erso. They did a TV series for him. I don't remember the name of the TV series. I watched it all. It was good. I really liked it. I thought it was really well done. So who wants to make an X4 game? Movie? I was like, who wants to make an X4 game? And I was like, yes, X4 a movie? That'd be interesting. Seal the bulkhead. I really enjoyed. Yes, Andor, that was one. Andor, yeah, I was not expecting that one to be so good, but it was.
Entering system. Grand exchange.
Despite hating Rogue One, yeah, Andor was really good. It was. All right, this an X4 movie. Could it really jump in at the point the X4 is at, though? Because that's a lot of lore. Because X4 starts after whatever that happened that made all the jump gates disconnect from each other. I feel like maybe X3 would be a better place to start. And then do X4 as the sequel. I was very upset when they did that to Boba Fett. It was like, it's supposed to be Boba Fett, now it's Mando 2.5. I mean, the last couple episodes was pretty good, where Mando is helping Fett. That was really nice. I enjoyed Mandalorian from the get-go, though. As long as he stayed in his lane. He did get a bit annoying when he crossed lanes and made the Boba Fett show more like Mando show. And I really like Katie Sackhoff as Bo-Katan. That's awesome. Mandalorians are complicated, yes. Well, came back right in a freaking Rancor. Dude was a boss. And then, of course, the Mandalorian coming into Boba Fett was okay up until the point where, like, Grogu is the whole main focus and is the thing that calms down the Rancor at the end. That's like, I don't know. I feel like Grogu should have been kept out. Bring the Mandalorian in, sure, because without the Mandalorian, we wouldn't have the Boba Fett show. But don't bring in the little green guy. I'm not a fan of episodic shows that much anymore. I'm a huge fan of Star Trek, and Star Trek Next Generation, Star Trek Original Series was episodic. Most of the time. Nine times out of 10, probably. And I go back and watch those on occasion. But I find myself constantly drawn back to Deep Space Nine over the others. Because I really love the Dominion War. So I'm always watching those over and over. I do not. But if it's Katie Sackhoff, I'll have to check it out. Okay, autopilot, you're going to get me sucked back in there, so let's not do that. That's Katie Sackhoff. I'll have to check that out. I will check that out. So yeah, I've kind of grown away from episodic stuff, and I really like the, each episode builds on the previous one. So I really like The Mandalorian for that. But Mandalorian still, even though each episode builds on the previous one, it still has some aspects of episodic where not everything's going to go exactly as to plan. So I don't know. I mean, I really enjoyed it. I do think they need to not have Grogu be the curmudgeon, or not the curmudgeon, but the, I don't know. They don't need to rely on it as much as they do. The Witcher is awesome. The Witcher is awesome. Until they remove what's his name from The Witcher for season 4, I will stop watching then. I think it's still morally ambiguous, even with Grogu.
Successfully docked.
He only, let's go.
It's an honor to have you aboard.
Oh, transfer the wares through the ship
Gladius.
menu. Transfer. This way. Geralt is the Witcher. Yes. No, the actor that plays Geralt. They're Henry Cavill. They're getting rid of him for season 4 because they wouldn't go with the books anymore, and he wouldn't play the part unless they stayed true to the books. So he's out, and they're bringing in some other guy, I think one of the Hemsworth brothers, to play Geralt. Not just another Witcher, but to play Geralt. Well, they did get rid of him by choosing not to follow with what they said. He's like, here's what I want you to do. They said, we'll do it. You come on and play the part. And then like, oh, we're not going to do what we said we're going to do anymore, but we still want you. I was like, well, no, you're not holding up your end of the bargain, so you're getting rid of me by not holding up your end of the bargain. It's technicalities with the words I know, but that's the way I like to look at it. Well, I don't know. He is Geralt to me now. I don't see it any other way. And Retro, I think you're talking about moral ambiguity with the Mandalorian. I think it's still there. He's just got the little green guy that he's struggling with his moral ambiguity because he's trying to set a good example for the green guy. Well, he's doing the 40K stuff too, but I think, and yeah, I mean, anything Henry Cavill goes to, I'm going to be, I'm not into 40K, but if he's going to be in there, I would watch the show or movie, whatever it is he's doing it. But I think what he originally had planned for The Witcher, like, sticks to the books was good because season 1 was good. Season 2 was good. And season 3 is shaping up to be decent. I've only watched the first 2 episodes now. And them deciding, oh, we're going to stick with the same story and the same character, but cast an entirely new, completely different looking actor to play the exact same character, that's stupid. Yeah, I've not done anything with 40K ever, but I'll watch a show. I'll watch a movie. Well, that's cool. That'll be good for you then, Mister, when he does that. But Mister, you haven't answered my question yet. Where would we start with an X Universe movie? Because I'm worried if we did an X4 movie, that'd be too much lore to try and pack into one movie. I think you'd have to start with X3. Okay, what am I supposed to do? I've delivered them. I've delivered it. Let's get up. I did. I transferred it through the ship menu, didn't I? There's the Bofu. It's on the station. Let's go talk to this guy that keeps on calling me his assistant. It was an actual question to you, Nister. Yes. Science laboratory. Yeah. Stupid getting rid of Henry. Yeah, absolutely it is. The return of the Xenon. Thoughts on that? Argon sacrifice. Saya KO.
Hello there.
There's a lot of lore to
Hello there.
go through. Okay, somebody help me. I have transferred the wares via the ship menu. Boardroom of Terra Corps. Transfer wares. I have transferred it. I'm going to transfer it back. Okay, let's get up. It says transfer wares through ship menu. Bofu. Go to transfer wares. I have 50 on board my ship. There's Grand Exchange. 2 dry. Start. Yeah, boardroom might be too dry of a start. There are plenty of stories in X history which could be chosen. First X. Experimental shuttle. Terraformers. Okay. It's not acknowledging that I've transferred it in the menu or in the quest. Am I supposed to trade it? Oh, I was supposed to trade it. There we go.
Wonderful. The Bofu has arrived. Please visit me in my laboratory.
Yep, on my way, buddy. Let's see. Experimental shuttle is good. Yeah. Why am I not clicking? Are you serious right now? I can't click on the... Why? All right. That is super weird. Try now. Nope. I can't use F to interact with things. This works. Elevator does not. Let's go find another elevator. There we go. That one works. Got a broken elevator on board the station. Starting the jump drive. Readings are off the scale. Yeah, that's right. That's the right kind of vibe. Could be Farscape-ish. Yeah, I just found another elevator. Save load probably would have worked, but fortunately another elevator worked as well. Gonna have to get a mechanic on it, yep. Alright.
Hello there.
I delivered the Bofu, you.
Yes, my beloved Bofu. Indeed you...
Did not say that. The Queen sent Bofu?
Oh, Her Delightful Majesty. Yes, well, not quite the Queen. I may have hijacked your mission communications a tad, just to imbue this delivery with some alacrity. However, the Bofu shipment is very much appreciated. Incidentally, your biosignature indicates somewhat elevated stress levels. Fret not. I shall assist you by extricating my intervention from your mission communications. Indeed, I see you are behind on a number of very important royal duties.
Emergent elevators use old controls. New crafted docks have new controls. And there's the narcissism. Yep. Yeah, you said Mew, and I'm like, Mew? I'm watching Pokemon recently, so I'm like, why is he talking about Mew for? And then I was like, Bosa, the Boron, take away the tentacles, and they kind of look like Mew. I got very confused by that. It's very, yeah, he is a narcissist. He is. Our existence is just, yes, yes. I still say it below. It comes down to the definition of evil. If, like we found earlier, you're using the categories of evil, then yes, he falls into a category of evil. However, if you approach it the way I typically do, then he's not evil. He's just morally ambiguous. He's morally he's without a conscience, self-serving, but not directly evil.
Harold, where have you been? Our connection was interrupted. The technicians have not yet figured out why, but the issue seems resolved. Let us get back on course in the pursuit of Her Majesty's diplomatic endeavors. You can find your current tasks in your mission manager. Choose which to pursue first, and activate it for further guidance.
Okay, let's get rid of that. Don't need the tutorial. Let's go back to my ship. Yeah, not malicious, except it could have ended in very badly for me because he hijacked my missions. Wait, the high road. Approach highway construction site. Defend highway construction site. The reward is 750,000 credits. Is there a time limit? No time limit. Highways across Sanctuary of Darkness. Oh. Interesting. Queen's Herald. Diplomatic arrangements. Ship set. Improve relations with the Free League to neutral. Deliver a Boron fleet. I will not improve relations with Hop. No. No. That is not going to happen. Interesting stuff there. I want to do this. I want to protect the that's going to take me all the way back over here. But that's going to be, we're going to take the capital ship in to do that.
There.
Okay. Nister, going to bed. All right. Have a good night, Nister. Thanks again for stopping by. We'll see you next time. I will keep flying shiny. You stay shiny as well. Is everybody saying goodbye to Nister, or is other people leaving as well? Can't tell yet. This is a fun one. The protecting the gateway. Are you talking about the gateway or the Herald ones? Swan Song might be overkill. Aw. But I like the Swan Song.
Autopilot engaged.
It's going to take a while to fly there, though. Can I teleport to Swan Song yet? From this distance? Nope. Too far away still. Where are we with that research, Bosata? Still waiting on the Nvidium, and then we can get going. Good. You wouldn't take a big ship? Okay. Well, that's 2 votes against the big ship, so I guess it doesn't go.
Entering Grand Exchange 4.
If I try the other option. I don't have another option yet. Let's see. Available quest defensive measures for yep, don't care about any of that right now. Heavy fighter's perfect. Well, now, I mean, Heavy fighter's perfect. That's either you're just being completely honest, or you're having a go at me. I don't know which. Could be either. Could be either. Other option. So there's the highway construction site that we're doing. You wish you'd use your katana. I don't have a katana again yet. I lost my katana because of stupid NPC pilots. Just go to the marker and it'll be okay. It'll become clear when I get there. I hate that. Do the thing. It'll become clear. Oh, he's delivered. No, he hasn't delivered other stuff. I don't know if the way I set him that's going to work for that. That's probably not going to work. Try and see. It is possible to do this without making the boron enemy. Whoa, what? I don't want to make the borons enemy. I'm doing this job for them to protect them. I suppose that's going to be the other option. Alright, so let's look at this. Diplomatic outpost in Telati space. I have to improve relations with Kingdom of Boron to friendly, which that's done already. I have to acquire these blueprints. And then I suppose I'm going to have to build this. This is going to take forever. The Queen's Herald. I guess that's why they're kind of like, here's all these missions, take your time doing them.
Entering system. 18 billion.
Oh, that is completed. So I don't have to do anything. Oh no. Holy Order of the Pontifex is the one I don't care about. Goodness. I just last stream I went and attacked hot ships. The Terrans gave me a mission to destroy some Holy Order of the Pontifex ships, and so I made them really mad at me. And now I have to go and improve my relations with them because morons. What, the reward for the whole Herald quest line is a good reward? Well, this one's a Boron Corvette. I'll take that. But I don't have to complete the others for that one. The reward is charitable aid. Diplomatic arrangements. Diplomatic arrangements. Diplomatic arrangements. Boron Corvette. Wow, I'll sell it. I'll get it and sell it. I suppose I'll have to do it all.
System. Silent witness.
But this one, delivering a Boron fleet, I have to go and buy 3 Makos with specific equipment. I wonder how much that's going to cost me. The complete reward. Alright, we got a wharf right here. Buy ships, small. Mako. Let's go just minimum preset. Oh. There's that. Okay. I guess that is the not enough resources. It would cost 307,000 credits. Does that put a captain on it? Yeah. Add that. Times 3. Just under $1 million. Yeah, an autosave. It knows, yes.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
It knew. That's actually a really good update for me. Quality of life thing. I've not done any fleet missions recently, so I didn't know that it did that. That's a new update, or a new quality of life thing from whenever the last update was. 2-3. That means that they got enough resources there. Oh, they're charging more. That's still not bad to be able to get it started right now, though. Let's do that.
Entering system. Morningstar.
That's not bad. Paranid Dignitary. Improve relations with the Holy Order of the Pontifex. Alright, let's see how bad things are. Oh yeah, definitely makes it easy. Where's factions? There we go. Hop. -18. Ooh. I will have to go to some hop stations and destroy some of their criminal activity, traffic. That seems to be a good way of getting reputation fast that I've seen. Calming Terran waters. Get a very good boost to relations on all accounts. When? I'm talking about when you deal with the criminal activity. Well, it said 9, -9. Yeah, I still plan to go and do that in Argon space. I just haven't had a chance to yet. Got to find an ocean water sample. I wonder what that's going to entail. Deliver 2,200 units of water to Tide Break. That won't be hard. And then acquire blueprints. That's going to cost a lot of money. So all missions turned in is going to be a big boost to faction, to reputation. And trade cards, yeah, that'll be good. That's in a great reef, so we want to take this one and this one, assign them to this one, put it on follow. These guys, where are that supposed to go? That's where I am. To there. All right. Fly and wait. Do your thing. Can I teleport? Ooh, I can teleport. I'm close enough to teleport. Three systems.
Entering system. Great Reef.
Love a thunder. I want you to dock. And wait. Full information. Let's clear all that. And just make sure you have one command for it. And I will take out one of my other Gladiuses. Go to the dock area. Alright, let's see. Trade cost next is money you get from Boron itself. Overall improve all standing trade and money. Not bad even the cost of it. Yeah, except I really don't have a ton of money.
Hello there.
Not yet. So some of this is going to take me a little bit of time, especially some of the building and the buying of the blueprints. Alright. What weapons do we have here? One Meson stream. Alright. That Meson stream needs to go. We'll keep it all there, but then we'll also do this so I don't zip the Meson stream and do that. Alright. Meson? I call it Meson.
Entering system.
No, it's Meson.
Sanctuary of
M-E-S-O-N.
darkness.
It's Meson.
Autopilot engaged.
Best way still to make a lot is to mine it. Well, yeah, that's the bounty hunt part. I'm working. I've been trying to do the bounty hunting missions, but they just won't pop up for this character for some freaking reason. They won't show up. Yeah. So the cooldown on it's terrible though. Retro. I love it, but the cooldown is just stupid, fat, long. But the mining. So that's the thing I do in all my other game starts. I typically start in Argon, and I set up a mining operation. And by the end of my first 3 hours, I'm, 50 million up. Yeah, goodbye Xenon P, right? You need a level. What do you mean by a level? Bounty Hunter level. So I have a mod that does careers. Bounty Hunter is part of it, but what you're talking about here, I don't understand. Is this a vanilla game feature Bounty Hunter level? Because again, my other playthroughs there's
Autopilot.
this first time really trying to do the Bounty Hunter the right way. So I'm still learning.
Autopilot engaged.
So I've got, so with the mod, where is it? That's personnel. Oh, where did it go? What just happened? What is happening? I've killed a few hundred at this point.
Autopilot disengaged.
Let's get away from this thing. What is going on here? I'm traveling, that's what happened. I got caught in its wake. We'll stay in its wake for a moment. Just export things. I'm not stuck anymore. I got caught in the wake. But that's no longer an issue. Actions, relations, statistics, inventory, modification, spacesuits, global orders, account management, personnel, messages. Where did it go? Account management, messages, transaction logs, logbook. Research, ship interface. I'll have to find it later. That's weird, but I can't find it anywhere. Right, there's the Makos. They're supposed to be over here. Empire? No. Factions? No. Inventory, modifications, spacesuits, level orders, account management. Personnel management, messages, transaction log, logbook. Oh, I moved hard drives. I bet you the mods didn't come over correctly.
Danger.
That's why it's not showing up. I'll get that fixed before the next stream. Well, there's a mod for it. So I had a hard drive fail on me. So I moved the game from one hard drive to another. The mods are supposed to get moved as well, but they do not seem to have worked correctly. Target nearest hostile.
Protector. Protector.
Target nearest hostile.
Protector. Danger. Menelaus reminiscence.
Request docking.
Hello approach. Landing vectors requested.
Docking granted.
Vectors received.
Queen Polyphides and the Queendom of Boron bid you a peaceful welcome aboard. Oh my, it is you.
Yeah.
How favorable and fortuitous that our paths should cross again. Please do approach me on the bridge, I insist.
Alright, I guess I'm going up to the bridge. There it is.
Come in, come in.
Alright, I have hit 500 hours on X4, finally. We're going to talk to this guy, find out what he wants, but when they tell us to go back to our ship to go back out, we're
Hello
going to
there.
save game and finish up for the day.
I hope your journey to our ancient homeland was sprinkled with success. As you may have keenly registered, my position has somewhat evolved since we last had the pleasure of meeting. While I await the summons of Her Majesty's Royal Council for redevelopment of the former provinces adrift, I have pledged myself to this intrepid defense mission.
Yeah, that's happened to me before. Actually, let's go with one moment, Commander, here.
Yes, yes, of course.
There we go. That way we can save that whole conversation for the next stream. Let's hit F6 and see what we can see here. Critical that you don't, which is the meaning of... Yeah, no, I get that. I did not know, because a lot of the other missions I've been sent on, starting out as a Terran, I was in there by myself and did not have other ships assisting. So that is the big difference here. It's like there's other ships out there helping out, so you're like, you definitely don't want to hit them. So yeah, it is definitely a good suggestion not to take in the large ship with all the turrets on board. But that's it for today. We're going to, let me go and save it. Then I'm going to have to make sure I reapply the mods correctly for next. Next time. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon with Baldur's Gate 3, starting the Lord of the Rings playthrough. Baldur's Gate 3. I've got Aragorn, Gandalf, Gimli, and Legolas characters created for Baldur's Gate 3, and we're going to go through probably the next several days I stream Baldur's Gate 3 will be with that party. We'll be back tomorrow evening, probably with some more X4. Because I really like X4, and I want Baldur's Gate 3 to go and release the full game, so I don't keep playing the same content over and over. And then we'll be back, of course, later on this week with more things. And this Saturday is the Fallout RPG. We're doing 2 Saturdays in a row, last Saturday and this Saturday. And then it's going to be off for 2 Saturdays. Be back on the 5th of August. So until then, thank you all for chatting. Thank you all for watching this stream. Thank you all for the new follows. And we'll see everybody next time. You have a good day.